And good morning, afternoon, wherever you are. This is Dreamy Dreamland with your sensei Al Bob. I is he, your griot. Oh, so how you doing? So here we are, about two days or so before New Year, and you have 2.5 days to go into state to do some house cleaning in your spirit and get yourself ready for 2022, because 2022 is going to be, it's going to make 20 and 21 look like nothing, like a day at the park. But this can be your most amazing year where everything can change for the better, because you're going to spend every second from here on in being and doing better and better, right? Not trying, doing, right? Being, right? So that's our subject matter for today, is being better, doing better. What you're going to do, how you're going to do it, what you're thinking about, what's your problem. Here I am, 100% at your disposal to tell you, give you, assist you with this birthing of your new life, right? Take advantage of it. Get a hold of me at thedudewake42@gmail. Now, a number of you have, and we've had some pretty good conversations, and I feel really good about a handful of folk who have, we've had nice long talks since this morning. And this morning's chat seemed to have inspired a great deal of you, so that's good. So tonight we could, I'm a night owl, so we can go somewhere with this, and it's up to you, I am here to serve, I am your griot to tell you a story. Last night, I spent 5 hours with John, and I'm going to try and call John Jamon, right? Because seemingly Jamon doesn't like the word John. He feels uncomfortable with it because it deals with fecal matter, right? So Jean is Jean Bohem. Jean Bohem. Jean Bohem. Anyway, I spent 5 hours with him. And because he, we were talking about suicide. He wanted, life is boo-hoo, my life is boo-hoo. No. First off, your life ain't about you, right? And it isn't about what you want. It's about serving love's co-creation. Hey, Lana, how would you say Jean in Swedish? Is it Jean? Jean? Hello again. Did you like this morning's chat? Babo, that's me. Yes, that's you. I'm your Babo. The only one who I allowed to call me Babo, is you, sweetheart. You're it. Okay, you got to interpret. What's PFF? Poof. He's trying to poof. Oh, Miss L, you always make me laugh. In Swedish, it's just John. See, he thinks John's a toy. He doesn't like to be called John because he thinks people are making fun of him. He always thinks people are making fun of him. It's Albanian. Yeah. PFFF. It's just breathing. Phew. I gotcha. Anyway, so I spent 5 hours with John, and I thought he was doing a live chat on his channel, and I told him I'm not going to do this, and it's a live channel, and he basically just made a 5-hour video of me, so he could edit it into whatever the heck he wanted it, and that's that is specifically why John is miserable, because instead of going with the flow, instead of being part of the gang, he wants to edit the show. He wants it his way. And again, I keep saying that Jean is the canary in the coal mine. Maybe that's all I'll call him, is the canary in the coal mine, because Plato had the illusion of the cave, where our heads are tied to the wall, can't move, can't do anything, and all we can see in front of us is the blank wall of the cave. But behind us is the opening of the cave. So the light from outside, from life, from what's going on, love's co-creation, is out there on the other side of the cave hole, and all we get to see is the shadow, right? And so the canary in the coal mine is exactly that. Darker than dark world won't open their eyes, won't let the light of love's co-creation into their heart, because they want to edit everything, right? And so they are the first to die, the first to be miserable. Oh, I love God, so I'm going to heaven. That's not quite how it works. We are in co-creation with God. And it's like anything else. If you expect everyone to take care of you, all you're going to end up is in prison. Did you just say prison? One of the things of psychosis is that you hear voices. Well, he's not hearing voices. He's just having bad thoughts in his head, and they bounce around in that empty skull of his, and so it's always a miserable motif. Linguist, that's me. I'm always up to the etymology of words, so I try to use the correct words. And when people start, I rip, tear, spindle, mutilate the English language on purpose. If you read my writings, you will understand. I mean, this guy can't spell. But if you look at him closely, oh, he misspelled it on purpose. Oh, so sounds like a man with ADHD. But that's just an excuse, And ADHD is a combination of food allergies and traumas from your childhood and no willpower and no discipline and no conscious intent and no conscious awareness. So what is ADHD? It's pretty much the modern world, and it's done on purpose. We live in a psychopathic world. No wonder everyone's nuts. Let's see. I will when the time is right. Okay, I know. So, so John has had, the opportunity to have a live-in psychotherapist, right? A live-in chef, a live-in buddy, a live-in person who listens to everything he says. If you watched this morning's live chat when he was, there, you saw it. Then he got upset because, I had the camera pointed right at him, but, and what am I? Let's see, I'm all of the above, right? But yes, I am conscious aware and I am a conscious intent. My conscious intent is to always do better. I'm not perfect, but I'm not going to try. I'm going to do my best, right? And that's the best I can do, right? And it's good to be back at the school. Oh, yeah, it's interesting. But, you're always doing everything for John. He doesn't want to be called John anymore because he thinks people are making fun that he's a toilet. Maybe because people are shitting on him all the time. Maybe. But, that's a worldwide phenomenon, And here, 2022 is heading our way. And what are we going to do with it? What are we going to do to make 2022 better? So that's what this show is about. So anybody got any ideas? Just blocked one again. Let's see. Let's see. Guys, you gotta kind of put things in capitals for me, please. No, it was this shit had all the spam blocked. Yep, exactly. And it's one thing that's I got so much spam on my. Anyone that wants to get a hold of me, the dudeawake42@gmail. So if I don't stay up with my Gmail, if I let it go by for a few days, God knows where you are on the line of, so. Lan, you never have to say you're sorry to me. I understand everything, I'm here because I love you. Don't have to be here. I'm here because I love all of you. Martin, everybody who shows up. This morning was really good. The gang was all there. There were about, 50 people. So that was good, And we're just starting here, 11 minutes, and there's a whole bunch of you there, so it's all good. So what is, so how does everyone feel about 2020? I mean, all this stuff that, fascism, blah, 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 it's pretty interesting about Europe. Everyone thinks America's all about home of the brave and the free. But Americans aren't that brave and they're not that free. And because there's stuff happening to them right in their face and they don't do squat, or even, they're scared that someone's going to call them something, people call me shit forever. So I'm not, and what am I but a lovable little teddy bear? Your little griot telling you stories, I'm nothing. Thank you, Helen. Nobody had to be here, right? Page. Combo 2022 will be looked down for the few weeks in the UK again. But if those pinheads wanted to scare the crap out of the world population, they should engineered a much better pandemic that killed people. This ain't and they're so incompetent about how they lie that it's that's what I loved about Donnie Trump. He lied so much. He told the truth. When he was going, "It's a witch hunt." Well, it was. When he said fake news, it's all fake news. It's like I love that guy. And Jojo, the used car salesman, he's just going to get more hilarious as it goes. And if they try to slip Cammy in, between his legs, she's going to be way worse. Okay, I don't think that you are gonna Brexit again. Yes. So the way to deal with any of this stuff is with A, loves co-creation. B, make fun of everything. Have you guys picked up on my newest friend? It's called Awoke with JP. Have you? Let's see. I think I played a few of those with him. This guy is. I mean, he has nailed sarcasm to the wall. I mean, he is. I mean, this is why he's not getting blocked. Because he's hilarious and he is. Not. He's not falling into the algorithms, but he's saying what he wants to say. He is hilarious. So here's his newest one, which just made me. Yes, here it is.
This January.
There we go.
Scientist who brings us hateful. Recently, a transgender swimmer on the women's team at UPenn, who competed on the men's team the previous 3 seasons, absolutely destroyed her competition at the Akron Zippy Invitational Swim Meet. I wonder why. How much did she dominate her competition by? Well, we'll get to that in a moment, but It was a lot. By obliterating her competition, the women's swimmer is inspiring female athletes everywhere to know that they'll never amount to anything unless they used to have testicles. How did the swimmer, named Leah Thomas, destroy her competition so easily? Well, scientifically speaking, she is just a woman who swims much faster than all other women. Let's take a look at the details. The Daily Wire reports that Leah Thomas, who used to go by the name Will Thomas for some reason, won the 200 freestyle by 7 seconds, the 500 freestyle by 12 seconds, and the 1650 by 38 seconds. Now, if you're like everyone else in the world and therefore don't inherently give a about swimming, then you should know those are astronomically large margins of victory. Some would say impossibly large margins of victory. Sounds like I have the Omicron. Am I statistically dead yet? Is it politically incorrect of me to still feel alive? Sorry. Moving forward, Leah leads the meet with the nation's top times in all 3 events. And that's not the only meet she's left behind. And in all 3 events, Leah set UPenn records, meet records, and pool records. That's just in. I think I'm menstruating now. It's just pee. When am I going to get my cycle? I have so much shame that my body doesn't work the way I'm told it's supposed to. Why was Leah's competition so lousy? Well, we don't know, but clearly the women's empower movement should be embarrassed, as the world has now found out that most female athletes are nothing compared to Leah. Instead of being so terrible, maybe these lazy women should just try harder, like Leah does. And luckily for female athletes, instead of having the poor example of biological women to look up to, they have Leah to look up to, and to potentially be looked at by
is
the
Awaken.
But unfortunately, it's not all joy and celebration for this record-setting performance.
So he's really pretty hilarious. So and that's how we have to deal with all of this, is with humor and love, right? And never dump on Germany, right? Oh yeah. I mean, this whole thing in the Ukraine and Russia and Europe and America, it's like, I mean, when Russia fell apart, we made a deal with them that we would not expand NATO onto their border. What do? Every one of their states is now a member of the EU and NATO, and they went along with it. They say, yeah, whatever, go ahead, because they couldn't do anything about it. But now they can, and that's because all of Europe, Western Europe, is addicted to Russian gas. So, they have some power there. And, the Ukraine, is right on their border. And, in 2017, I think it was, there was a big conference. And basically, the Americans forced, Obama forced, I guess it was Obama's time, so it was before then. It was maybe 2014. Everyone signed on to a message, and the message was what Russia wanted to offer Ukraine, because half of Ukraine, if you look at their demographics, the half of Ukraine close to the EU is like EU. They speak, Ukrainian and English, and the other half of the Ukraine close to Russia speaks Russian and Russian. I mean, the Russians, right? And they're right on the Russian border. And they're, and so why this civil war occurred and why they were able to take that little chunk of Russia, because that had always been kind of Russia until the Ukraine became Russia. And then it was amalgamated into it because it was easier for Russia to have it in Ukraine. And then when, they stopped being that, but that naval base that's there, and the army base, Russia was renting from the Ukraine. So they had all the people they needed right there. They had to bring them in. Every time Russia puts 100,000 guys on their own border with Ukraine, it freaks all of Europe out. It's like, oh, we got World War III. No, only, No, it's not going to happen. Sorry. And the deal before all this, back in 2013, the Russians gave the deal to Ukraine. Listen, this is what it is. Um, no, it's never going to happen that Ukraine's going to be part of the EU, and Ukraine's never going to join NATO. Period. Never going to happen. And we will, and Russia has the power to destroy economically, socially, harmoniously, however you want to put it, the Ukraine. And they said, we'll destroy it, not have a war, not invade them, but just hassle them to the point where they fall apart. And that's what they're doing right now. And what they offered the Ukraine, first off, they were going to give the Ukraine all the money they needed. Ukraine was begging to the EU and the World Bank with a tin cup, and Russia was just going to give them whatever they needed economically and business-wise, right? And allow that other half of the Ukraine to do whatever, to trade and be a part of the EU, but not part of the NATO. So, and NATO was never going to become part of Ukraine because there's this thing called Article 5. I mean, if any member state of NATO gets attacked, all NATO comes to there. So no one was going to go to start World War III over the Ukraine because no one has any strategic reason. America sure has no strategic reason for being there. There's no oil, no nothing, and it's just politics. And it is a mirror image of why things are so screwed up. Just look at the Ukraine. The United States has the Midas touch backwards. Everything they touch turns to shit. The end of the war. I mean, after the end of the Cold War, what do we do with all of that political power? Zip. Let me guess. Where we go? Nope. Let's see. Albanian and never dump on Germany. Yep. Don't. Okay. Young. Yep. MH. See message. Let me guess. Let's see. You are smart, not dumb. So, no, I don't know. So, LOL. Okay. So that's why I just read all that. And so I have this feeling that you guys talk to each other and I can't understand what you're saying. So, but I do understand when you talk to me. So, and I get the vibe of when you're talking amongst each other. And it warms my heart because you guys are the best, And again, we're talking about what are we going to do for 2022? What are you going to do to do better? To do your best, right? To have a conscious intent, a conscious awareness. So why don't we just take a moment and go into state? Just take a nice big breath. Close your eyes and visualize that place that you always go to that's sweet, that's comforting, that relaxes you, that place in the park, that place out in the forest, that place in the wherever that just makes you not have the crazy, crackhead, chipmunk thoughts. That's the problem with pretty much the human race in the material world is that we let bad thoughts into our head. Oh, how do I get paid my taxes? I want my children back, but I don't want to do anything about it. I don't want to go there. I want to get involved. I want everything given to me. I don't ever want to work. I never want to work. I just want it all given to me. Give me. It's all about me. All about me. All about it. That is the negative squirrel mind of the human race, and sad to say, that is the default thought process. Instead of going, what's going on here? How can I do better? How can I help people? How can I be part of Love's co-creation. I love being part of Love's co-creation. I love sharing all the things I love sharing with Love's co-creation with all my relations, with everybody. How are we going to do that for 2022? I have to do what I have to do. You and Popeye, you know, the thing that Mother Teresa talked about. Yeah, what'd she talk about? And then she doesn't say. Come on, tell us what she said. Go shut up. Okay. Yeah. You want me to shut up? I can't do it. Yeah, shut up. So, here we go. Big breath in and say, this is our mantra for 2022. Conscious awareness, I am. Conscious awareness, I am. Conscious awareness, I am. Om. I said that all in one breath. Conscious awareness, I am. Conscious awareness, I am. Conscious awareness, I am. Oh. And doing that lets your diaphragm, expands your lungs, gets the prana in there, puts you in state. Bingo, there you are in front of your imaginary mirror, seeing that most bucolic space that makes you feel at ease. Let's go of any anxiety, right? Then the next one is conscious, and you think about that space of beauty and love and bucolic relaxation and no anxiety, no bad thoughts, right? Conscious intent, I am. Conscious intent, I am. Conscious intent, I am. Oh, and do that 3 times. Then you go back to conscious awareness, and then conscious, right? And so the conscious awareness allows you to see the things you need to see. Conscious awareness is one of my greatest tools because I do my best to be in that state where I'm consciously aware, So when some jerk off is coming my way, I'm out of there. Before they see me, I'm gone, right? Everything is that way. I am consciously aware. I had a nickname forever, Perfect Timing. Then when I got older, I was Mr. Perfect Timing. So it's from being conscious aware, right? And so the conscious intent is how you can manifest doing your best because you intent on what you're doing, not just kind of, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to do, no. About the same thing you and a lot are talking about. Yep, exactly. See, the idea is kind of hitting the mass idea. That's why every good people who are awake, Buddha's standing on the side of the road, he's glimmering in enlightenment, and a traveler goes, well, man, interrupts Buddha in his meditation. He pulls on his cape. Are you God, man? And Buddha kind of looks down at him and goes, no. And goes back to his glistening meditation. And then the guy, but, what are you? And then Buddha just looks at him and goes, I am awake. Not woke, I'm awake, meaning conscious awareness, right? So, and you are welcome because I love sharing how I feel with everybody in the cadre and anybody else who wants to listen, right? So, my whole life has been blessed in that I am a I am a moron most of the time, but a blissful moron and an angelic moron. And I realize this, and so I do my best to be in every day, in every way, serving love's co-creation. You're real. I know. And so in that, I love sharing. I mean, why I really enjoyed living in New York most of my life. First 40 something years of it. Um, Now it's getting to be half of my life I haven't been there. That's like interesting. So anyway, and I haven't gone back. I like pulled up all the strings, tied them all together, and that's that. Now I went back once because one of my goddaughters. I have 128 godchildren, and this young lady is quite a pistol, quite a handful. And all these kids, when I was working um, as social worker, social scientist, anthropologist, and helping a group do an amazing art organization, another group do an amazing housing organization. And in the 1980s, we have been in a depression since 1969, since we went to the moon. And it's been in dribs and drabs and chunks, right? And so in 1970, we had a catastrophe because the default currency on the planet gauged in oil was the US dollar. And that's because before the Middle East, the United States, in Texas was the largest producer for the globe oil. So that's why the default currency used to be the pound because they owned all the tea. And then when everyone, instead of drinking tea, put oil in their car, it went to oil and we had the most of it. So when Egypt and England had that little tussle over the, Suez Canal, and England had to step back because, the Egypt and the other aligned states with them were going to kick England's ass. And once that jig was up, once they weren't the board of the sea, the pound got defaulted. The American took its place because we're their bitch, and off we went. So that was in the 50 something range. I forgot exactly what year, but latter 50s. And my dad, was sacked. They're ready to go to a nuclear war and incinerate everyone over this. But we got the dollar. We became the default currency. So our default currency crashed and burned when the Mideast took over the oil. Even though we own it, even though we got our military, standing on all their oil wells, that happened. And so Mr. Rothschild, who always takes advantage of every war, every mishap, everything. I mean, every war that has happened, since 1492, the Rothschilds have economically backed both sides. World War II, both sides. World War I, both sides. Korea, both sides. Cold War, both sides. I mean, the Russian Revolution was precipitated by the Rothschild family. They paid, Marx and Trotsky, Marx and Engels, when they were in England for 10 years. They gave them the money to pay the bills so they could write, the dialectic of materialism. And what is that? It means the world is it's only about material stuff, just about stuff, not about your feelings, not about spirituality, not about not about what's going on in outer space, nothing but stuff, meaningless stuff. Sneakers, well, sneakers might be important to some, but I mean, why would you spend $1,000 for a pair of sneakers just because it's got a name or a picture or pubic hair of a basketball star? I don't know. Tell me. And all of these threads are coming together in 2022, right? Now, may not be all tied up. I mean, it took me 20 years to tie all my threads up in New York City. But once I did, never went back. I'll bring it right back, that thread of my one sweetie who one of my goddaughters, she got a hold of me and said, "Boy, you're not on Facebook, you're on no social media. It was really hard for me to find you, but you need to come to New York. I'm getting married. You're the closest thing I have to a father. You have to walk me down the aisle." I said, "Okay, no problem," because I knew if I didn't, she'd come and get me. So I did, and I spent a couple of weeks in New York, and I saw all old friends and what things have happened and blah blah blah. But 128 godchildren I have are kids so I was in Lower East Side, Bed-Stuy, Brownsville, Red Hook, all the really really destroyed, just burning neighborhoods, and lots of people dying. Like more people dying in those neighborhoods than who let's say die. Let's say die from COVID-19. I mean, not because COVID-19 is just the last 2 years, but those things were 40 years. So last 40 years of those communities just in New York City, and there are other ones in Detroit and Chicago and LA. So I would say, more people died in America from those things than have died in the wars of Afghanistan and Iraq. And let's throw in Vietnam and Korea, right? If we threw in World War II and World War One, and I'm talking about Americans who died in these wars, you'd have to probably expand that 40 years out by another 20. But that's how many people die from the mishandling of our government and of the misanthropic attitudes of the general public towards the suffering of other people. When they're suffering, oh, you have to bail me out, you have to take care of me, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, Mother Teresa, yeah, no, thanks, Matt, yeah, no, you're real. Somebody lived or lied. Yeah, yes. Pretty much every politician lies through the frigging teeth. There's a ton of, the University of Chicago, them and the Council of Foreign Relations have more to pay for the mishandling of humanity in the last 100 years. And those guys, I love it because they have all of these YouTubes that they have conferences about how, the world is being mishandled. They never, they have great little blah, 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 blah about it, but they never, ever, ever say, they have this one about lying. And the guy who was giving the astute comping of lying, he taught most of the politicians who were in power in America today, and a good deal in Europe and other places. So here's a guy talking about how politicians lie, and they all learn to lie from him. It will always be something I will protect. The eagle, the bird, the eagle, right? Yes. Not the symbolic eagle, America, right? I love jeans. Once a year, okay? We need more spirituality if we are to get past through this without DNA, with our DNA intact. Well, our DNA is guys, you got to realize that this little mud puppet here is not who you are. Your body is not who you are. This is just an avatar, or you can experience this sandbox of life so you can, sharpen your spirit, So then people are all talking about my soul. Oh, I saw God, and I'm so down with my soul and God, blah, blah, blah. No, your soul is actually a server of spirituality energy, of the chakra energy coming up right through our coarse, mud puppet chakras into our spiritual. I'm taking that golden thread up to our Akashic record, and that's where that soul server is. What is spirituality? Is that double helix of the blue light of not of Kmart special, but of our co-creation of existence, of consciousness, spiritual and universal consciousness with love's co-creation, right? Everything else is an illusion. And so all the material, all the wall, all the I want this, I want that, all that, dialectic of materialism is an illusion. So spirituality. So what is spirituality? Can anyone say? Or can I hear? Can I hear what spirituality is? Let's see. Why are they so desperate to inject us? Because you know it could be saline or just water, which I think it probably is, because most people will react to it by the placebo effect. They'll either not get sick or they'll die or whatever. Everything is basically a placebo effect. It's what you fucking believe, what your mud puppet believes, right? Oh, my knees. And so I'm on a couch here in John's Casa de la Groovy, and it's got an angle that I kind of get this way, so I become gravitationally challenged to even move. So I have to lift this leg to get some energy to go that way. So, okay. I've gone past L7, and now I'm a free satellite, and so I'm going to get up and walk around because otherwise I'll be rusted and be found here. So I'm going to get up. Let's see. I'm going to put this over here to be a little more safer. So this is a nice design thing. John put these windows in, and they actually are meant to slide this way, right? And they slide really nicely, but they weigh a lot. So as soon as you unlock that little lock, this window comes crashing down like a guillotine because there's nothing to stop it, because it was designed to go this way and not this way. He put all these windows in to do that. And they're like, it's like, why did you do that? I don't know. It's like, okay. But yeah, is just the canary in the coal mine. He represents 98% of the human race. This is the kind of shit that governments do, right? I got to get up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Up! Everyone say, get up, Al, Bob, get up, up. Oh yes, honey bun. Woo! Pull my trowel up so it doesn't fall down. What's? No, not that way. That way. Okay, I'm stretching. Ooh, baby. Ooh. Okay. I have to reposition the little space heater. Feel much better. Let's try this seat. So, anyone say anything about spirituality? Do your part. Thank you, Al. Okay, there we go. Ay. Ooh, all these crazy lights around. Yes, you can't just pick and choose what you want to complain about. So I got the jab because I'm of that age. I have everything wrong with me that could kill me if I get the flu, and I get taken care of in the deep green. It's the poor, 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 poor. Here in Roanoke, it's the rich, 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 and poor. Right? It's a big line, but where I live, there is no really rich, rich, rich. But the rich, 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 rich are coming in and stealing everything from the poor, 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 which is what has ever been, right? But I'm in a place where I'll be the last guy they come to because it's too inconvenient for them. Not their time. There's what's a better word than time? Because from my worldview, is time doesn't exist. It's more like just look for their ego. That's more more kind of dynamic is a good word to describe a people's angst about things. It's all about their ego. It's about them, them, me, boo, me. It's all about me, me. No, sorry, it's not about that. No. Our lives are about all our relations, not like mom and dad's brothers and sisters. No, all our relations is everything on this planet. We live in a collective. We all depend on each other. What's Elon Musk going to do, with all his trillions of dollars? Not so much, And he is a total dweeb. I met that guy, just a dweeb, I saw him in an interview where someone said, so why did you name your car company Tesla? He had no idea. He was told to do it, And the reason why Tesla's called Tesla is that the driving force of the four wheels, each one has a alternating current. What's it called? It's an alternating induction motor, right? And once it gets rolling, it takes no electricity, where a DC motor would constantly need current to run, right? That's the beauty of AC. Once the juice gets flowing, it doesn't take any real EMF, electromagnetic force, to push it, right? So this car is unbelievably efficient because it's using Tesla's, alternating current induction motors, right? Now they have a battery, so how Tesla wanted to do it. He was going to transmit because there is a ether around us all, right around us. Why you live, why the prana actually animates you is an electrochemical experience, and we are kept alive by the ether. That's how the prana is, conducted. So Tesla was going to have wireless transmission, and that's exactly what all the pyramids aren't just in Egypt, they're everywhere. America, all over Europe, all over Ireland, you name it, they're there. Japan, China, Mexico, South America, there are pyramids everywhere, and they're electrical devices. They're not, burial tombs. And all of this stuff, people understood. I read guys from, the 1800s, 1600s, 1400s, 1500s. The smart ones knew about this, wrote about it, but never got published. Everyone, they just got buried because the stupid stuff is what sells, right? The stupid shit sells, right? Just look at what's selling around you. Go to Walmart's. Everything in there is stupid crap, Some crap is less stupid and more interesting than other crap, but it's still, and it's designed to be crack. You go into Walmart's and you're addicted to, I need that. And it's weird how everybody just got, not me, somebody else. Anyway, so I had to, in my little poverty-stricken holler, there's only one medical, and I have to go to another state to get a medical, but it's like where I live, I can stand in 3 counties and 2 states at the same time. That's how all these boards. So it's a very kind of. That's why I live there. The energetics is like off the hook. I have a ley line that is so intense, it comes out of the ground. The back part of my property, I have a property that's 3 acres, and the back, 600 yards of it, there is this thing that comes out of the earth and goes through my backyard, and then at the other end, it goes down into the ground, comes out of the ground, and it's like, oh, it looks like it's copper, but copper is soft, and it's about 20 feet wide, and it's about above the ground. It is about, depending on the curve of the hill, at the tallest part that's above the ground is about 40 feet, and at the ends it's like 2 or 3 feet, and then it goes in the ground. Now over at ETSU, I met a guy who was a geologist and a material. This is a specialty. He was material scientist, meaning he's inventing nano tubes and all kinds of crazy stuff. And his whole thing is to go out there in the world and see stuff that people, it's not on the periodic table, it's not in somebody's textbook, and he wants to discover it and then kind of turn it alchemically into something nano, right? Some material that can be used for something wild and wicked. Anyway, so he has this van that has, all kinds of he has a, what's the thing called? He shoots a laser at something. It kind of burns it, and the smoke goes up, and he has these sensors all around, like he puts his cup over it that has the sensors and the laser, and he burns a hole, and the stuff goes up in smoke, and then he shines other light lasers through it, and it breaks it into RGB, the different rainbow colors, and through them he can tell what's in that material and also how old it is, better than carbon dating. So he brought his little fun house over to me, and so first he was going to try and take a chunk so he could put it in this thing so he could zing bang, and it wouldn't wouldn't do it. Then he had this diamond super duper drill. It wore the diamond out. Then he took a laser, super energy laser, to burn it out. Torches, nothing would touch it, make it hot, leave a mark. Didn't even leave a mark. It destroyed a diamond drill bit without leaving a mark on this chunk. And he just said, I have no idea what this is. This is like, come back and try and figure out another thing. And I said, come here as much as you want, buddy. You're fun. And he had good boo. So he'd come, bring a little brown liquid and boo and his toys, and we'd have fun with that. And then when he get, frustrated, I'd cook him something up on my deck. And that's what the lodge is about: fun and understanding and learning new stuff. Exactly. I love Singapore and Taiwan. I love that whole section: Cambodia, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam, the whole ball of wax, Southeast Asia. I love it. Right? And China, they spend a tenth of what we spend on a military. And we have 11 aircraft carrier groups. They have one stupid little that they can't even. I mean, they have to jump their airplanes into the air, so they can't carry weapons or fuel. They can get off the thing and then land, but that's all it can do. So, and the thing about China, because of their location, their lack of resource, for being such a big place, have so many people, they can barely feed everybody. They have they have no oil, no strategic. They have a few strategic metals, but not really. And their real problem is they have very diverse population. About 50 different. It's not just the Uyghurs and everybody else. They got lots of other different people. And China's culture not good for that. And they're always, the Canadian is really and all of the Chinese culture is they're like cousins. They feel this. They always think someone's dissing them, taking and they have to get over. Well, that's why Japan always And Japan is, I love Japan. When I was younger, I was a courier. I had a good buddy who had that job, and it was a great job. They paid you $1,000 to get on an airplane for first class, fly someplace, and deliver a briefcase, and have no luggage, so they could stick all their stuff where your luggage would go. I mean, you go first class, 500. They gave you 3 days there on their ticket, meaning in whatever hotel they were going to put you up, and you had to come back. You didn't have to come back. You had 5 days on your ticket, so you could have 5 days wherever you're going to go. 3 days they pay for, 2 days you had to pay for yourself. And then you get on the airplane, come back, and they give you, when you got back, they give you another $500. And so that was a great gig. And I went to Japan and but Japan was the place on that gig, because it was a great gig, but it wasn't one you could have a life with, because you went out of the country and you were there and then came back. And then you were kind of on call and you couldn't really do anything. You couldn't, at least with stuff I do, because once I commit, you're going to build a big restaurant or a disco in somebody's house. You can't start, take the first check, work 3 days. Oh, I got a call. I'm gonna be gone for 5 days, and then I'm gonna come back, and maybe I'll work 3, and then I'll be gone for another. It's not right. But it was fun when I did it, and that's how I saw Japan and South Korea and Vietnam. And where else did I go on that nickel? I think that was it, because I went everywhere else. So, Alana, have you taken any vacations? Sweden pays for its citizens' vacations. Have you taken any? And do they still do that? When I was there in the 70s, in the early 70s, they gave everyone a vacation. They paid for it. I mean, just didn't pay your salary so you could, be a couch potato. No, they like put you on an airplane and sent you someplace where it was sunny. Like in the wintertime, they sent everybody to Spain. And there, a good portion, I would say maybe an eighth of the population were agoraphobic. Yeah, I get it. So, no, I work. Well, they give you, they paid for your 2 weeks off. Anyway, so I don't know if they do it anymore. Things have changed around the world. But that was one of the best. That's why I lived in Sweden for a year, because I spent most of that time in other countries. Yeah, okay. So I got you. So anyway, if back in the day when I was there, and I lived, do you know where Forshuga is, Lana? It's right between Gothenburg and Stockholm, a little town here. And I had a good buddy there. So that was my base of operation. I got myself an international driver's license that said I lived in Forshuga. So, and it had a picture. It looked just like a passport. So when I went in these foreign countries, I would get on the airplane, and I would go to Stockholm Airport, and I had this big board, had all these. If you can get on the airplane the next hour, you can go to Istanbul or Rome or anywhere. And I went to lots. I went to Iraq. I went to Afghanistan. I went to Syria, Libya, Iran. Where else? I went to Spain. I went to where else did I go? Iceland. I went to Chile and Argentina. Where else? Let's see, Caribbean countries. And it was great, because I get on the air. So you go there, you go to, they had a special ticket office for this, not other airlines, but this one right? And you go say, I want to go on flight, and they'd have a number, what the flight number, I want to go flight number, it's leaving gate, blah, 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 in, an hour or 2 hours or whatever it was. And they say, fine, and so I give them my international driver's license, which proved I lived that place in Sweden, and they accepted it, right? And I never showed them my passport, just that. And they would, hit the computer, spit out the ticket, and I got a bunch of tickets, a ticket for the airplane, and a ticket for the tours, and a ticket for the hotel, and all of that stuff, which I didn't really need. They put a nice little packet, and I really didn't need it, because I would be put in the hands of a tourist guide that was Swedish in that country. So I did that at least 15 times, if not 30. I just did it all year long and came back and went back to my friends and rested a week or two and then went back to, and I had no idea where I was going. I would just take the bus to Stockholm and get on an airplane. And so when they do that, they would give you a visa from that country to take that thing, and it would be stamped with the Swedish, inspection guy's stamp, right? And I had my little, it would have my picture and this visa, and I'd fly there. I get off, go through customs, and I'd show them my visa first, and they'd stamp it, and I'd show them my international driver's license. They'd see my picture and say my name and look at this, good. And they give me this other little card, which was especially in countries that were like, Libya and Syria and, that, were concerned about, their concerns. And if anyone ever said, I want to see your papers, you wouldn't hand them the passport. That was like irrelevant. You'd hand them this thing that they gave you at visa control. So that was so if you got that, you didn't need any of the other stuff. But I still kind of, but a lot of the hotels that I would stay at would want your visa, not your papers until you left. They give you the room key. They wanted your passport and all that stuff. So, for that whole year, I went around with that kind of ID, and I got a safety deposit box in Fort Sugar, and I put all my real important papers in there, right? Nothing wrong with Swedes. No, there isn't. I love Swedes. That's why I love you, Lana. There's nothing wrong with them. But they are interesting because they do live in a country that half the year it's always dark, and the other half the sun never sets. Now, summertime in Sweden can be loads of fun, especially when it's a prawn festival. That's when everyone gets frisky. They eat all the oysters and those prawns, and everyone gets really frisky. I love Sweden. I spent there a whole year there. The one little thing that I had a friend of mine, why I found myself in Sweden, I had a really good friend who was trying to kill himself. And that story is too long. But his wife called me up when I was in Ireland, and she said, hey, you got to get here. You're the only guy who can straighten this moron out. I'm his wife. I love him. He loves me. He's still trying to kill. He's got a great life, great career. He's got me, 2 kids, a beautiful house out in the country, and he's trying to kill himself. And he's going to see shrinks because you get sick in Sweden. They send you whatever doctor you need, right? So I basically got on the airplane. No, actually, I took a ferry with my new wife and went across from Swansea to Gothenburg. Have you spent any time in Gothenburg? I love Gothenburg. That's a great town, really, really. Next to Amsterdam, that's my second famous Nordic city. Stockholm's not so bad, but Stockholm really does represent the thing that can get me irritated with Swedes. Is their general, not the individual person, but the cultural, specifically political, social attitude that they think they're better than anybody else. We know what we're doing. We got it covered. Everyone's, and they, kind of really don't. But they have it better than most, but still they don't have it covered. Because what happened, I show up and my friend's in the hospital. What are you doing? And he goes, I'm just so depressed and I'm so upset. And yeah, but you're not talking. Why are you upset? And he, right then and there, because he hadn't told it, not his wife, not the shrinks, nobody. What it was, he left America. He met this Swedish girl when we were at an anti-war rally in Boston. And we were both DJs at WAAF in Worcester. And he meets her and they in love. I mean, it was like, woo, the angels were singing. And so she moved in with us and had about a month. And then he got his draft board finally caught up with him and, report to draft board, next week or else. And what he did was he had his passport. He went to the airport with his girlfriend and they got on an airplane and flew back to Sweden. They became a citizen. He was a really good musician. And, while ABBA was taking over the world, he learned all the old Swedish folk tunes, and he became real famous. He could sing them better than the Swedes, and he that was his tour. He would play people who loved to hear the old tunes and made records and was making a great living, right? Doing great, had a great house, lived in Portugal, has a beautiful wife, 2 kids, everything's going great. His mother starts to die. He's been writing her, and his father was a Marine. And when he skipped town and didn't go to Vietnam and get blown up or dead, his father, I don't have a son, right? And when my buddy loved his mother, and he would write her letters, send her postcard, and Dad would just rip them up. So Mom got like, oh, he doesn't love me anymore, because Dad was, burning the mail. And then she got depressed and got cancer. And he wanted to bring her to, he'd call up his mother, and the Dad would answer the phone every time and just, it's you, click, and wouldn't let her. Who is that, honey? Oh, just nobody, So Gutenberg, yep. The trolls in Norway. Yeah, they're happy. Norway is the really interesting one of those 3 countries is Finland. Now, those people are nuts, right? But fun nuts, man. My wife and I used to hitchhike, and we hitchhiked once going from, Portugal towards Gutenberg. No, towards Stockholm. And we got picked up by a Finn, and I was sitting in the back, and my wife, and he was like playing with her leg and like, hey, let's get rid of the old man. But he's saying it in Finnish, which, I could just barely understand what he was saying. My wife was like this and was like hitting his hand, and he would be doing 110 and then hit the brakes, the car, and he'd pull over the side and smoke a cigarette because it was illegal to smoke while driving. Anyway, he then asked in perfect English, hey, you want to come home with me and have some fun? And so I said, yeah, sounds like sure. And my wife, what? And so we went home with him, and we spent a few weeks in Finland, and they were just like this guy, just way fun. And once we stayed there, and he and I kind of got on the same plane, he was, really smart guy, professor. He gave up everything because he thought those people were jerks. He had enough. His parents, he got their little house in some little town. They left him some money. He didn't spend anything on anything, and he was great, and the country took care of whatever he needed. And he was writing. He's kind of like me, he's writing all these books, and no one ever read them. And no one knows about the Danish. So true. I mean, they live under sea level. Doesn't that mean something? It's like, and the other ones are, who are the guys right next door? The people, the Brussels, they're like French, but they're not French. Who are those guys? Does it start with a B? Danish, is it the Danish? Every time I think of Danish, or I met a Danish, I'd shake their hand and I'd be looking for the frosting, But anyway, so I asked my friend, so he's trying to commit suicide because he feels so guilty about his mother dying of cancer, right? And so I said, you moron. I said, how long do we know? I don't know, maybe 20 years. I said, so what, when we lived together, what would I do? Well, you'd work and then make some money, and then you take, 3 months for a vacation, So how, so, and those 3 years that we knew each other, like a lot, like in the same neighborhood, half of every year I was someplace else on a vacation. You've been here now almost 20 years. And when's the last time you took a vacation? He goes, well, I live in such a pretty place, and we can go swimming and hiking, and I love it there. And Belgians, that's the ones, and so I haven't been on vacation. And I go on tour. I stay in hotels. I said, that's not a vacation. Vacation is when you unplug from everything, go someplace else, and be free of every thought you ever thought you had. That's a vacation. And he goes, yeah. And he starts to get excited. Yeah. I said, okay. I'm going home to the old lady, and I'm going to tell him that I'm going to just pull you out of this hospital and take you on a vacation, right? Mental health vacation. And it's just going to be you and me. The kids are going to, and then we're going to come back and take another vacation with them. because it'll be starting to get towards fall and it'll be dark. And let's go someplace that's sunny. And you got a lot of money. You don't have to keep going on tour. You got a ton of cash. Let's say that Audi you're driving around in. So anyway, he goes, yeah. And I then walk up to, the office where his shrink is, because I have to get them to sign a piece of paper, right? And I just happen to have, this is when I got my new little mini tape recorder, right? And I go in there and it actually came with like a spy microphone, right? So I kind of pinned that on there and put the recorder in a pocket and so I think, and I go and see the shrink, right? And, talk to the doctor in the hospital and say, listen, I want, he needs some R&R. And that guy goes, you're right. There's really nothing wrong with him physically. The only reason he's here is this lady upstairs is, and I said, okay. So he basically signs a little note, gets on the phone, says, hey, I'm going to send this guy's friend. And the shrink goes, oh, I'd love to talk to him. We could get the inside story on who this guy really is. So I go up there. I go in, and they got this like, everything is, there isn't a single, I mean, look at my, why is all of this, the shiny stuff over here and over here? It's because I've touched the screen with my chicken greasy fingers so many times that I can't even clean the screen, can't clean, that's me, So, so I go in there and I, sit down and put my hand on her glass desk and leave my streaking, peanut butter and jelly, stained hands on her glass table and lean back. And she nearly, she gets out there with a and starts scrubbing it and makes it shiny again. And I'm like, she doesn't know that I've got MSW and shrinkdom, and I'm shrinking her. And I don't really like shrinks. That's why I don't practice my profession, I write about it, but and I used to really write about it. That's why I got an MSW, because I was writing about it and I was running a program because I wrote something about it. And then my boss said, you don't have a degree in this, and I'm just about to send you to the federal guys to tell them exactly what we're doing, and they might ask you, what are your credentials, and you have none, and you're running this multi-million-dollar program, and you just happen to become the head cheese because you lived everyone else, because I was so much younger than they were. Anyway, so he says, we've been sending you to school for years. You just don't matriculate. You take this course, that course, this course, that course. You have more time you're writing all this stuff. You're getting notoriety within this little cube of people who would read this crap. And I said, goes, you need an MSW. He leans down, opens up a drawer, and hands me one, because he's head of the department that, when these guys are spent $300,000 and gone through the program, matriculated, he's the guy who signs it. So he's got like a box full of blank ones. He filled it up, put my name, says, you're now got an MSW, you're in the books, it's okay. Make sure you take that with you and the ink gets dry, and when you go to DC. So that's how I got my MSW. And, it's as valid as anybody else's, probably more, because I have more time in working with folk and in programs and writing the protocols for them. Anyway, so I'm sitting at this desk with this lady, and she's like freaking out that I just left my peanut butter jelly stain on her glass table. And she's hard to get it out. She's just like saying things, cursing under her breath in Swedish. And I go, well, let's see, how am I going to weigh this down? Should I just keep pushing her buttons and then she'll throw me out and throw him out and we can go on vacation? Or if I push her buttons too much, she'll put him in a mental institution for the rest of his life, because she has the power. And that's the thing I don't like about shrinks. They're power-crazed people. Anyway, and this lady's fitting that category. And so and the other thing, she's wearing men's clothes. I played that little thing of JP. She was the opposite, right? She did probably have testicles, but she had breasts too. And maybe that's a Swedish thing. I don't know. Because they're very woke about that kind of stuff. So anyway, so I'm and then I kind of try, and then she's like asking me about him, and I'm telling that, and I go, listen, did he tell you why he was depressed? And she goes, no, he would never open up to me. I said, I wonder why. Did you constantly clean your desk when he was around? And she's just kind of, I said, and I tell her the story why. And she goes, oh, now I can treat him. I said, no, I've already treated him. What do you mean you already treated him? We're going to go on vacation. He needs a break from all this. Wouldn't you say he needs a break? And she goes, yes, right? So I pull out the piece of paper, just like JP did, like this, and said, see right here, just sign that. He can get out. We're gonna go down to the airport, get on the airplane where you can go anywhere you want. Okay. And so she signs it because she's thinking, oh, she's now cured this guy, right? And then I go, so he was depressed, but why did he try and kill himself? And who gave him the medications to do it? Because he did it with a very specific medication that wasn't for anything he had. But if you took too many of them, you were dead. And so he didn't take more than he needed to die. He took one or two less, so he didn't quite die, right? And then his wife was right there. They got him there, pumped his tummy, and bingo bango. Anyway, so this woman, I'm not going to say it's a woman, this thing said to me, well, he was so depressed and he wouldn't open up to me and he wouldn't, respond to any of my protocols. I decided that he would be better off committing suicide. I said, what? He's married, has a career. He's successful. He's got 2 kids who are like 8 and 6. And you're going to condemn them to not have a father? What? And I went, they had to pull me off, right? And the security guys who pulled me off. And as they were walking me towards the elevator, they said, we wish we did that. We hate her. And that is one of the problems of Sweden, that there are people like it that have power over large groups of people and make decisions for them that aren't good for them and think they know better, right? And so I don't know, Lana, if you know, I was there where the Green Party for the first time got, and this is again in the 70s, got juice to get in power, right? And one of the things they were saying, the Social Democrats or whoever who represented the business class, basically, hey, MJ, said, if, we're all about, our furniture, our pine furniture, and the birch trees are taking over the forest. So we're going to spray them with herbicides that will just kill the birch trees. Well, it might just kill the birch trees, but it'll go in the water table and deform the children. And they had scientific proof in that. And the government said, no. It's such a big space and the water table's all over the place and it's not going to be concentrated enough, blah, 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 right? So it's a big thing. And the Green Party said, if you vote us in, we will not do that, right? And then there was another, the Social Democrats, the commies, said, well, we want to build a nuclear power plant because Sweden needs nuclear power. And everyone, and so the majority of the population of Sweden, and birch trees are there. They whip themselves in the sauna with the birch tree. It's like their religion, the birch tree, right? It's their national bird is the birch tree. And, and they don't need nuclear power. They're hooked up to Germany's grid or whatever, but they had more than somebody had a political agenda where they wanted nuclear power. So anyway, the Green Party said, never, we're not gonna, poison, kill the birch trees, and we're not going to build nuclear power over our dead bodies, right? And so they're having a debate, and the Christian Democrat, that old guy, and he's going to show you that the stuff that they're going to spray on the birch trees ain't going to kill them. It's not going to poison them. Now, this glass of water has the the concentrate of what the average Swedish citizen is going to drink from us spraying the birch trees, right? He goes, glug, 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 puts the glass down, and goes, grabs his chest, keels over dead. Now, he had a massive heart attack, whether they even had the crap in there or he was just so stressed about it doing live on black and white TV in Sweden. When I was in Sweden, TV went on at 6 p.m. and went off at 12 midnight. And they were always having documentaries about the sex life of the dung beetle. Or they would have, who's that big famous Swedish movie maker who's always making movies about death? I mean, that was the TV. And to buy a bottle of wine in Sweden when I lived there cost like, a bottle of Sneaky Pete that would cost 50 cents in the Bowery of New York would cost like, $40 in Sweden because they tax the crap out of everything. And so one of those flights I took, right, I went to Italy, right? And I'd been in Sweden for, I don't know, 6 months. But I got to, and they taxed you because you had to have an outside antenna on the roof so the tax man could count the TV antennas and tax you, right? Right at the time, okay, Jean has, TV, so we're going to tax him $1,000. So I basically was in Italy, and I was in a place, a outdoor market or indoor a market, not in a supermarket, but selling everything. And this guy had all this kind of, the Ronco potato peeler and every kind of schnitzy thing, and he had rabbit ears. And I said, how much for those? And, in lira, it was about 50 cents. I said, 50 cents? What if I want to buy 500 of these? What would you, what then is my cost? And he says, he's thinking, he goes, says it in lira, and it's like 25 cents. So 500 times 7. So I said, okay, I want 250. How about that? And I go, I got that. So you got him here? And he goes, oh, yes, I got him right in my truck. And he goes, and I got this really beautiful, I'm going to throw in a bag and he starts throwing other stuff in there. This is his best sale of the day. And so it's this big, like almost military bag, zipper, and you can wear it on your back like a pack, right? And so it's like a duffel bag you can wear like a pack. It was nice. So he threw that in, a few other tchotchkes, and he zipped them up, right? Went back to Sweden, and I sold those antennas for like $100 a piece because people could watch TV. They didn't tax the television, just the antenna. And so by having rabbit ears inside the house, you didn't have to have the antenna on the roof. So that was my best wheel and deal in Europe, right? But I probably spent $200 on the antennas, give or take, and I probably made $5,000. It was like, and I kept doing stuff like that, and the people I'd be with would be like, "How do you do that?" And now people wonder why. Like this, A, can't believe I'm still alive. B, can't believe the kind of life I lived on $400 a week and a month. I wish it was $400. If I had $400 a week, I'd be living a life. I would come visit you on it if I had $400 a week. So anybody wants to send me something on PayPal, still working. I'm still getting a few pennies here and there from you guys. Remember, if you want to get a hold of me, Lana, have you've contacted me on the old, the dudeawake42 at Gmail, dudeawake42 at Gmail, dudeawake42 at Gmail. And if you go on PayPal and they ask you for the email, that's it, the dudeawake42 at Gmail, right? And get a hold of me. I've had some really great conversations with about 5 people in, 5 people today, just from the last email, the last live chat I did this morning. 5 people got a hold of me and said, wow, that was amazing, blah, 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 right? And they all left me their phone numbers. Anybody who's in America wants to leave me the phone number, leave it on, the dudeawake42 at Gmail. And any of you in foreign lands and you have WhatsApp, leave me that, okay? So, what else can I say? What was I going to say? So that's my feeling on, I love the Swedish people, especially the Swedish people who aren't from Sweden, number one. Number two, because they weren't like brainwashed by their education system. Two, once Swedes leave Sweden and are expats in some other country, so all these places I went to visit, they would have Swedish people pick us up at the airport, who had been living. Sandra, good to see you, buds. And Martin also. So those Swedes who were totally Swedish, blonde hair, tall, good looking, amazing, really, and knew 8 languages. And it's amazing how many languages people in Sweden know. I think Sweden has the most lingual folk. And they finally let everything go. Once they're not in Sweden, they're not being strangled, and they are the most fun people. So every time I would land into a foreign country and get picked up by the guides, and they take us to the hotel room, and guys would be complaining about the softness of the toilet paper or this and that, and then they take out and they didn't have waffleness, they didn't have lutefish, and the Swedes said, but why don't you try? Oh, that's too spicy, And then they put them to bed by 8, but I wasn't going to bed. And when I got off the plane, every time I'd be wearing a cowboy hat, Hawaiian shirt, mirrored sunglasses, skin tight, shorts, and they'd all go, "You're not Swedish." I'd show them my visa, and they'd go, "Nah," but that's okay. You look like you might be fun, and then we were, really fun. Like when I was in Syria, these guys took me out after we put the old farts to bed, and and we went. These guys would have dinner, and we were in Damascus, amazing, beautiful city, and it's got every kind of just amazing food, it's an amazing place. Everyone was happy, at least when I was there in the 70s. But the same family was still in charge, and so these guys, we have dinner in there, and it's like Swedish food, or just like boring Swedish food, not even good Swedish food. And don't be a Swede unless you actually give her blood. I love you, Lana. She says the best stuff off camera, and that's good. And she also puts it in capitals, right? And she does the best at putting things in capitals. Yeah, she's one of my top 10 of the cadre. Best dinner I ever had was in Damascus. See, there you go. So these guys, put all the old farts to bed, and we go down to the bar and knock down a few shots. Then we get into their car and we light up and smoke up a storm. And then we go to this amazing restaurant where all the meat is served on swords. It's a Brazilian restaurant in Damascus with this Damascus and their table of hors d'oeuvres, or whatever you want to call it, appetizers, was better than anything I saw in Spain or anywhere. But Brazil came close. This is a Brazilian restaurant in Damascus. And they had music and dancers and entertainment, and everyone smoking from a hookah. And every table had a hookah, and you could put anything in that thing you wanted. And it was the best of food. And they had this liqueur. Closest thing I can come, Italy has this liqueur called lemon jello. Very citrus, but very smooth and sweet. And like a little glass like that will trash you. And these guys were knocking back. Now, I'm not a big drinker. These guys, and we're smoking. And we're smoking in the restaurant out of a hookah. The 6 of us are all like, and it's like good boo. And I'm smoking this lemony thing, and it's like I am on another planet. And the food is great. And then we go to another club. We go to a club where I didn't realize it was like, all these girls were hitting on me, not just because I was Al Bob and cute. You were supposed to pay them, right? And then you only got the idea of that because there had naked girls all around dancing, and then they'd come down and dance with you, right? And they'd want a few, dinars, and then if you wanted to go in the back room, that costs a little bit more. And So we hit that place, and then we went to this thing that was underground. I mean, you went through a door, and then these stones, and it was like you went through different ages. You know, there's the Mesoplane area. Here's like 8 trillion BC. You know, and we went down there, and there were all these poets, and their poetry about about stuff maybe you shouldn't be talking about in the capital city, and the dictator lives just over there, and about freedom and this and that, but nicely coached, and it was poetry, and it was in different languages, so maybe not every secret policeman could understand what they're saying. So anyway, and that was fun. And again, they had even better stuff in their hookahs, right? And they had the thing they had that made it better. They had amethyst, the real deal amethyst. So I'm already on another planet, and I drink this amethyst thing, and it's like everything was like going right. So it's now about 2 a.m, and we're in this underground place. And these other guys start talking, you're an American, and we start talking politics. But my brain is going, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I'm not really probably making any sense. But I'm enjoying my time there and listening to the conversation. And this is definitely stuff. And the owner guy, big guy, comes over and goes, it should not be, this conversation should not be in public. And I kind of go, but my brain is going, wow, wow, wow. And he just kind of looks at me. And he goes, why don't we, because he's part of the secret, handshake group. And we go into another room that goes down. And we pop out into this big kind of the other place looked like, a nightclubish kind of thing, maybe. This looked like it could be the sewer, right? And they had tables and candles and no electricity. And they had, again, like psychotropic pastries. And I am so gone, I've come out the other side. And then I eat these pastries, and I go even further down the rabbit hole. And I think I am a bunny rabbit. I'm like, and we're talking and laughing, and I'm telling stories, and everyone's laughing and patting me on the back. And I tell them the story about when I was in Egypt, and I was wearing a burqa, and I went to the mosque for prayers, and I walked in on the male side, and all the men yelled at me, and then I took the burqa off, and they all started laughing hysterically, and they said, don't you know that's a burqa? I said, but it's a spacesuit, it's great, it's not dusty inside here, and it's 20 degrees cooler than, and they go, but it's a burqa, women wear those. I said, women are the only ones who get this? They're the ones who get a spacesuit? I said, no, guys have them, but we don't wear them because we wear European clothes. Anyway, I told that boy, that went over big. I was, everyone thought I was the dude when I told that story. And I was like thinking, and I was telling the story like I was a bunny rabbit. Look at my nose; it's starting to look like a bunny rabbit. And so over there, it's now about 3:30, and guys are like, and I'm way gone. And I get up and I go looking for the bathroom, and I go to this door and I start to turn the knob, and I hear people, no, and I go through the door and go out. It's like a fire exit. Now, the thing doesn't, they've disconnected the siren, but I end up out on the street, on a main street, like out in the main, not like in the side alley that we came in hours ago and way up there. I don't know how we went from way up there all the way down to the toilet. And then, I go out the fire exit. I'm on a main avenue, all lit up, and people are almost starting to wake up to go to work. There's somewhat of traffic. I mean, when we went into this place up there was no traffic, nobody on the street, no buses, no nothing. And there's a bus goes by, and I'm thinking I'm a bunny rabbit. And I kind of like, wheezing down the sideway. I have no idea where I am. I have no idea where my hotel is. I don't even know what my hotel's name. All I have is the key, right? Luckily, I have the key. It's like all things. You need the key, right? So I'm stumbling around, and this guy is leaning against a black car, and he's smoking a cigarette, and he's just watching me walk towards him. And I'm about to like keel over and bounce into a plate glass window, and he just kind of gets me, puts me over on the side of his car and goes, "Sir, are you okay?" And I go, you know, bunny rabbit. And he goes, and I've got my little key in my hand, and he takes it out of my hand. He goes, "Oh, is that where you're staying? That's a very nice hotel. You must be a tourist. Where are you from?" "From Sweden." I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt, cowboy hat. He goes, "Really? Okay." So he goes, "Do you know how to get to where you at?" "No idea." "Bunny rabbit." So he goes, opens the front door, puts me in. He lights another cigarette. He goes, "You want a cigarette?" "Bunny rabbit." So he goes, "Okay." So we get going, and I start talking a little more, and I said, "Well, I'm living in Sweden, but I'm from New York," and da da da. And he could tell. He actually said, "Are you from New York?" And I said, he said, "Well, I have some, I have an uncle who lives there and some cousins. I've been to New York a few times." I said, "Oh, okay." So we're going, and then we're talking about this, that, and he's like plying me from my political leanings, right? Because I'm sure he knew exactly the toilet I walked out of because he could see the door, Anyway, so he goes, "What do you think?" I said, "I don't believe in anything. All I believe in is love. I don't even believe in religion. I have respect for everyone's religion." And then I tell him the story because it went over big with those guys, that I tell him the Burqa story in Egypt, and he just smiles and shakes his head. And we're driving through town, and so he then tells me about his family, his kids, and what he likes to do. He lives in an apartment house, and he has pigeons on the roof, and he paints. And his wife is a singer and dancer of traditional music, and yep, bunny rabbits. And so we're getting along swimmingly. And then all of a sudden, because I haven't slept in like the last 48 hours, and I've just taken every hallucinogen you can, along with everything else, I just kind of go unconscious. I mean, right in the middle of a sentence. And I wake up in my room, right? And I wake up, way late, and finally, the lady who's cleaning out my room kind of, room service. And, she says it in Farsi, I think. And or French, one or the other. I'm not quite sure. I'm still gonzoed. And so I get up, and then one of the Swedish tour guides comes in, and he goes, "Well, today is my day off, and I just was going to stick around and see if you were alive or what happened." And I said, "What do you mean what happened?" He goes, "Well, they dragged you in at 4 a.m, and a secret police officer, and it's because once 12 o'clock hits, that hotel locks the door. You don't get in, period." But, this guy drove me there, got out of his car, went up the door, they looked through. He had the secret police badge. The guy opened it up. He said, "Here, help me with this guy." And they dragged me out of the car, up the steps, into the lobby, into the elevator, brought me to my room, and took my clothes off and hung them neatly in the closet. Locked the door, left the key on the thing, and and that's the story the Swede got from the concierge guy, and that was the buzz of the whole staff, that I must be something really special because I wasn't being killed by the secret police. I was being brought unconscious, like but they couldn't see any scars and blood on my shirt or anything. And the secret police told the head guy who let him in that he was, I was his friend. I got a little drunk, and he was being a nice guy by delivering me back. They took my clothes off and hung them up, right? And that was the story that was buzzing around the hotel. So that's why that guy stuck around. So what was the story? So I told him the story. So then I was like the super dude in all those Swedish guys. And then we went to some really wild places. And I just did not take part of all of the wild, crazy booze and stuff. I tried, I tasted, but I didn't go, "Oh, wow, this is great, blah, 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 blah." I mean, I drank a whole mug of, you know, what's that French absinthe, and this was the real deal, wormwood and all. Had the worm there, and anyway, so the next, 11 days and nights were great. We went to great places, and what they did was they took us to some. We went on a bus. I got a bus, and they took us out to V. Do you know in Syria that there's a good chunk of the Syrian country that way back, the Buddhists showed up and built temples. And these were amazing, amazing bits of history. And ISIS blew them up. They destroyed it because they iconic, blah, blah, blah. Well, the fucking, ISIS, they're totally iconic. Just the clothes they wear, everything they do is iconic. And so what I really feel that ISIS is a, entity that was produced by the hidden hand to be placed in war areas so those guys could go around and destroy history, the things that were still left, right? Hear about that. Yep. Something just. So I was very blessed. So we went there and we had a hotel room there, and it was too hot, too stinky, all the old farts didn't want. So it was great. It was me and two other pretty interesting Swedes of our party who actually were interested in archaeology. So they knew a bunch. And the Swedes who knew everybody and got us into places that the average tourist couldn't go see. So we went into the real deep, interesting things. And they took us to other interesting historical things that have all been destroyed. Everything that was really specially unbelievable, historic in Syria has been destroyed. And I think that's what that war was really about, was to destroy that, to destroy a whole generation, to destroy their, because, the thing I in the 2 weeks I was in Syria, everyone was well educated, had a nice house, had a nice job, had enough to eat, had a vacation. As long as you weren't political or said anything bad about the fearless leader, you could do whatever the hell. I mean, it was, when we were walking around at 2 a.m, there were people everywhere. Then when we came out of that club where the dancing girls were and went to the poetry place, but it was 3 a.m. How many people really are up and around 3 a.m? So, I guess we stood out like, and the Swedes were so white, they kind of glowed in the streetlights. It was quite interesting. So I had a bit of a suntan. So because, Swedes don't really get tan. They're either white as snow or they're burnt to crisp and are red like a lobster, right? It's really, I mean, everything I say about the Swedes is basically a generalized subjective point of view. Nothing objective about what I'm saying. And remember, what is the real rule of Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Albab? Don't believe a word I say. This is only here for your entertainment, fun, and maybe if it twigs something in your spirit. How was that? And I will save them, right? So I really enjoyed, and I went to Iraq. Same thing. I went into Iraq. I was all by myself this time, and I'm staying in this hotel, and I wanted to go out in the desert and see the artifacts, right? So Concierge found me a guide, and he was wearing his "I Love New York" T-shirt, and this is in the 70s, and he took me way, 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 way out in Syria where everything began. Syria is really the number one place. It's not, forget Egypt. Syria has all the amazing artifacts. And he took me to a dig where who was there but the CIA, NSA, MK Ultra, the French, whatever their spy boys were, um, you know, what you call it, the MI6, MI7, all the MIs were there, the Italian intelligence, and they were all pretending that they were archaeologists. But my really limited archaeology knowledge was, I was talking about things that, I was talking about generations of kings and the elders, and that in the place we were at, there was a book, there was a wall that was, it was in Iran, but it was all about the Syrian place that we were in, and it, no one everyone looked at Sumerian and thought it was just wallpaper, like decorations. They didn't realize it was writing. But this wall in Iran had cuneiforms and all the stuff that the Egyptologists could read, and then it also had it in Sumerian. So they had right there a way to translate it, and it was done by an English guy in 18th century sometime, right? And that broke it open, and then people started looking over there, and the stuff he uncovered were these lists. I mean, they were like laundry lists, shopping lists, but it was also lists like who were the kings, and it gave the dates. And there were these 20 kings that lasted close to 30,000 years. So each one of those kings was like alive for 1,500 years. And it wasn't a metaphor, a story. It was, had all these other historical events right next to it and what they did and stuff like that. So these guys were living a long time. And so I was talking about that kind of stuff to these guys, and they were going, huh? Well, huh? And you're supposed to be, no, you don't have a PhD in archaeology or anthropology or nothing. You guys are frigging spies who were sent here just to dig shit up and bring it back to the home office. So, I was there, and they were like looking at me, and my guide is starting to get a little uncomfortable because all these guys have people who have secure, like they might grab us and waterboard us and he knows nothing, right? No, he finally says, we got to get out of here, and I'm going to give you to somebody else. I know this guy in the university. You can go with him. He will protect you. He will want to know what you're talking about. I said, oh, okay. So he takes me back, and when we get back, he kind of pulls into the garage, and he lives there. His family's there, and not only does he live there, but there are about 5 other families there, and grandpa and dad, and it was all a family show. They had buses, they had trucks, they were into transportation big time. And we get there, and we go up to the big, and we sit on the floor, and they bring up the trays, and we're eating, and that's not necessarily Syrian culture. I mean, it has a part of that, but they think of themselves a little more cosmopolitan. And so people would want to show themselves off as more cosmopolitan. But these folks, nah, they were down home. And I'm loving it. And, first thing the guy says, tell me a story about you in wearing a burqa. And everyone, you're wearing a burqa? Like I'm like transsexual. I tell them the story, and they're all laughing, and they're like really great. And I'm asking questions about their culture and their this and their life and their story. And I'm not like blabbing like I'm the know everything American, because I'm not, because I'm from Sweden. I'm not even talking like to know everything Swedish. And anyway, so they're listening. I just tell that story. Everyone laughs, thinks it's great. Then I start asking questions. Like I ask the kids, so what kind of music you like? What do you like to wear? They want to know about it, and they want to speak English to me. The other folks are speaking Farsi. I am just getting by on that. And then they're nice enough to start speaking English to me. You speak French? No. How about German? No. English? Okay, English. Okay. They said, do you speak Swedish? And I said, yes, but we won't have the most interesting conversation. So everyone broke down and spoke English. And so we had a grand old time. And the grandpa was telling me, because he had experienced the bath party for like the last 60s, because grandpa's, when he was a guy, the guy who started the bath party was, his age. Then his son's age was the next, guy. And now there's this other guy, not even the guy who is the guy now, but it's all in the same family. And it's very interesting because the Ba'ath political party is the same Ba'ath political party that's in Iraq. Very interesting. So I'm in Iraq, and with these truck driving, bus riding folk, and we're eating off the tray. And again, we're in the capital city, and like I said, everyone's cosmopolitan. And it's really, it just blew my mind how much they were kind of the same, but not. And they had like, the water in between them. And anyway, so the grandpa was telling me stories about, what it was like before the bath party, and that it was the French and the English, and they were treated like slaves. I'm like, no, worse than slaves. Shit. And then, they had the revolution, and the bath, this group took over. And then the bath party with the, educated, and they kind of made, it's a, modern country. And I'm in Iraq at this moment, and I'm talking to these guys. And he said, it's, I lived in Chicago, my grandfather said, I was in Chicago. I went to school. I went to college, at University of Chicago, to be a mathematician, right? And then I studied business. I came back to Iraq, and I became a businessman. And the thing that needed was transportation, and I've done very well. And he said that they really, you might get a few bureaucrats and police who want to bribe, but nothing big, not $1 zillion, just, something they could go buy a coffee, It's like a sign of respect, right? They said you can do anything in this country as long as it's not political and you don't talk against the fearless leader, period. He goes, my business, I drive all over the Mideast, not just in Iraq, but all over the place. My trucks go all the way to Turkey, and it's all good. I'm doing very well, and it's not, overly controlled. Even religion here is pretty laissez-faire, and everyone just goes along to get along. That's the general rule. And that's what I found in Syria. Everyone just went along, and they all had a pretty good. And then when I went to Libya was like Disneyland on steroids. It was unbelievable. So Muammar, gets his, takes over in the early 70s, just like Saddam did. This other one's more a family business. Syria is more a family business. And I am in Libya, and Libya made more money selling vegetables to Europe than they did by selling oil. And they had the best oil. Libyan sweet is like gasoline coming out. I mean, it takes very little to crack it. All the other, like, more denser oils take a lot of energy to turn into kerosene and gasoline and all the derivatives. And so Libya had this, Libya is sweet, just the best oil there is. Afghanistan is, yes. Afghanistan, I was there, right in the weirdest part. Afghanistan, there were more women in the Afghani legislature. There were more women lawyers, more women doctors, more women teaching in universities. And it was very open country. They had factions because they still have this tribal thing that was and because of the geography, it lent itself to this factiony tribal thing. And so even though they had a legislature that interacted with the commerce and the international part of it, it also had this tribal thing, that there was the like democratic tribal thing and the communist tribal thing, because they're right there. And so Russia had a lot of influence, but wasn't really had influence, but so did America, right? So these two factions had influence, and their parliament was like the Democratic guys and the communist guys, and together made for pretty interesting, because it was kind of socialist, the medicine, the this or that was taken care of by the government, and they were the poorest country, not just in that area, but almost anywhere, and yet they had enough. They were truly Islamic in that no one went for out. And in Islam, the major thing in Islam is generosity and hospitality. And what's the right word? beyond, because if you were, you know, in Sharia law, it's very strict, but it's a metaphor. So I'm hungry. I got kids. My kids are hungry. I look at the baker. He's got on the shelves outside. He's got the day old bread, and I just kind of grab one and do this and try to go feed my kids. Well, the owner sees it, screams and yells. Calls for the police. Police come and grab me. We go to court. Right now, by Sharia law, I get my hand cut off for stealing that loaf of bread. But the baker gets both of his hands cut off because the worst thing you could do is let someone go hungry. That's Sharia law. So, of course, the baker guy goes, okay, and then the judge says, from now on, anybody you see hungry, you better give them a loaf. Yeah, you can give them the day old or 2 day old, but still, no one goes hungry. And that's what I found in Afghanistan. Nobody was going hungry. Nobody was rich. I mean, yeah, there were a few rich guys, but pretty much, and everyone was allowed to try to do better. That was the amazing thing. They were allowed to try, not so much, 20 years of American democracy. And I would say, so who are the Taliban? Well, they were the Mujahideen, who we created, just like we created ISIS, because the ISIS were the disenfranchised wackos who were in Saddam Hussein's army that we disbanded. We did everything wrong. Again, we are like the opposite of the Midas touch in everything America does. Everything we touch turns to shit. That is our business plan. Turn it to shit, buy it for a dime. And so when Brenner, and if you study Brenner's curriculum, where he's been, he's failed. He was one of the reasons we failed in Vietnam, Brenner, everything you see Brenner's handprint on. It's really quite amazing. And so he goes in there as king. He takes over. He, for 8 months, they didn't even have a legislature or a group of people trying to decide. It was just him, right? Every decision, he devalued his thing. They brought in $100 bills, gave it to everybody, caused tremendous inflation. Didn't give people any kind of fuel for their cars. He disbanded their government and their army and their police force. So there was nobody to keep order except American soldiers who were told not to do anything. So that's my experience in the Mideast, right? I have more stories, but we're focusing, and that's a good background to 2022 because we can experience, usually what you do in somebody else's country comes home, right? So all that shitstorm that we've done for the last 80 years since World War I, we have a lot of karma and dharma, and the only thing that could offstay it is if we, the people, stood up and said, we're not going to fight. And that scene from V for Vendetta, so our V buddy, gets the sweetie out of the TV station just because he has to. And he's, because he realizes he's compromised her by the camera up there and they'll just kill her. So he, makes a big play and takes her away as a hostage, right? And so she wakes up there and then she realizes, he reprograms her. I mean, she always knew something was up. But so does everyone in America know something's up, that something's rotten in Denmark. And so the V guy has his little hideout. He's got this big plan. He's going to blow up Parliament. But before he does that, he's going to get everyone who had anything to do with what happened to him. And it was a very, a virus attacks, and it was, genetically engineered in an English laboratory. And they were testing it on homeless children as lab rats, and it was hideous. And then it kind of escaped, and they they let it escape because it was of a version that a lot of people would get sick, but not everybody. But enough people that everyone would get, scared shitless, and allow them to have all their their Magna Carta rights taken away, and the the rule of law would be thrown out the window, and he was going to get vengeance for all that, right? So he does. He kills this one and that one and this one, and then he's got the locomotive full of dynamite. But what he really does that's quite interesting is he FedExes everyone in London the V for Vendetta outfit, his mask, his cape, his hat. And basically, when it gets to the point where the people can't take it anymore, because he's like killing everyone and they're so incompetent, they can't catch him or stop him, and it's like a football match. People start rooting for V. And every time he does it, he breaks straight into their TV and internet and all social media without any problem, and gives them the 411 that's going on. And the government can't shut him down. And the guy who's the prime minister is losing his mind and wants to kill. He will do anything. He will nuke England to get V. Right? He'll kill everyone. Right? And then the people in the circle who are taking the orders from him and then passing orders are starting to go, uh-oh. And kind of like what Adolf and his crew was like towards the end. And so V not only puts the dynamite on the subway, but he sends everyone an outfit. And so just when it comes to that thing, and they sent their army, not their police, not their riot guys, but the army to just machine gun everyone. The general, the colonel, all of the soldiers are right there with all the tanks and guns to kill everyone. And the crowd is there with not a single bat or, pitchfork, and they're not even screaming. They're just all wearing the V outfit and looking at the soldiers through the mask and not saying a word. And then one soldier drops his gun, then another, and then another. And then a general looks around and about to say something. And he goes, no. He goes, everybody, back into trucks. We're going back to base. We're leaving these people alone. And they were the army, meaning he did his top army guy. If those guys turn around and leave those people, nobody else's army is going to go kill them. And that's the end of the movie. And that's how this movie has to end, because karmically, energetically, spiritually, someone back in the line said we have to do something spiritual. The bottom line is, a lot of people are trying to amp up folk to like have a revolution. Well, the last Civil War we had didn't end too well, and if we go at it again, all it's going to do is give the power back to these morons, and they're already hanging on by their fingernails. If everyone refuses to do what they say and doesn't act violently, but just puts on the V for Vendetta outfit and instead of wearing the mask wears that would be the end of this. Then people have to, everyone has to lead by example by doing their best. They don't have to be perfect. No one's perfect. They just have to do their best. They don't, when you kind of do what John had done, and the yellow canary in the coal mine does. It's all about me. I want this. I want that. How am I going to pay? I want blah, 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 blah. Now, Blonde, the yellow canary, has all the gifts: education, talent, a really loving family who put up with a lot and still support him. When he goes, how am I going to pay my bills? His parents are already doing that fine, So, and he totally doesn't, he would be out on the street if they weren't doing that. He wouldn't be up here, getting stuff from Amazon and having the supermarket deliver his groceries. And I cleaned out his refrigerator, and his stuff, he had so much stuff in there, it was rotting, He hasn't used, and that's why I'm cooking. We'll get more food from. I said, no. I said, you got more than enough food in your. I mean, he had, I don't know how many sides of pig. I mean, instead of little ribs like that, they were like, Fred Flintstone. And I cooked one, and it was like this, shrink wrapped thing, this big, And I cut it, thawed it out. It was like frozen like a brick. I thawed it out, and I cut it up in things, and I put it in my what do they call those things? Slow cookers, and turned it into the best pig I've had in a long time. But it looked like French, it was on these big ribs. And so when he said, "Oh wow," and he picked it up, and he kind of freaked out, like, this could be my baby. So then I cut all the meat off it and chopped it up and put it in a bowl with some veggies, and he ate it, and it didn't remind him of his baby. So, and we have to stop doing that. Stop being unconscious. Now, me, it depends on how you raise it. I love that scene from Avatar when they stumble onto this animal, and she just kills it. Not like she needed to kill it to eat, but kills it. But hits it with an arrow, and the animal's there. It's going to die pretty soon, but she goes over and thanks it and said, "Thank you, for being, I'm part of your family, and I'm going to take you back home, and we're going to eat and use every part of you. You're not a single part of you is going to go to waste. You are," and then she right into the heart. Animal dies like that. Now, if we killed animals like that to eat, then it would be okay. But we don't. And you sure wouldn't. Why the FDA exists is that a guy named Sinclair Lewis wrote a book about slaughterhouses. And it was so disgusting. People, and so, we're eating that. Oh my God. So let's see. Well, Fish is here. Anthony. What else was there? I don't know. Sounds interesting. Pluto return. Yep. I mean, the stars are really in alignment for a good change, not a terrible change. But whatever it is, it's going to be, once in 26,000 years. And meaning our last winter solstice was one of those. So right now, you should be thinking and meditating along with me, because that's what I'm doing, telling the story. Why do you think I'm jabbering like a jabberwock, telling you? And isn't it interesting that now it's been on for 2 hours, and the story there's a million threads, and I'm like pulling them all together, right? Now, I did that in, between 1980 and 88. I did that with New York, because I realized that I was in this loop where I could always make a lot of money, good income, doing what I love to do. Not, oh, I hate this job, but I really love this job. And then I have enough money to pay off all my bills and go someplace foreign or nearby, but on vacation for somewhere between a month and 2 years. I did that for those 8 years. And in those 8 years, I didn't spend 2 years at someplace. 6 months was the most. But I kept coming back. And when my second wife died, I kind of realized I couldn't stay in New York. And so I had to pull up all the strings, tie it off. So when I would leave, I wouldn't have the need or the drive or the want to come back to New York City. And so I did that. It took me 2 years, tied all the strings. And one of the things was this housing thing that we took over 50 buildings and housed 500 families, mommies with kids. If it had a daddy who wasn't a drunk or a crackhead, they could come in too. But it wasn't run by the government. We took over 50 buildings using the Housing Authority of using the Homestead Act of 1876. Any property that is owned by the state and is in feral state, then you can go and be a homesteader. And if you bring it up to code and fit it into the cultural and social and economic dynamic of the state, meaning pay taxes, etc., then it's yours. And that's what we did with 500 units. And the real estate folk, because with the crash of the 1970s that lasted all the 70s into the 80s, it wasn't until after Ronald Reagan was, did not do anything except destroy America. And then Bill Clinton came in, and then he was the super double, triple down on destroying America. But he moved all industry to China, and Mexico, and off out of America. So no one had those nice, well-paying union jobs, and it killed the union, which was the only political entity keeping, the compass straight for the worker. And then they corrupted the union and corrupted. I mean, the politics was always corrupted. Banking was always corrupted. Media was always corrupted. But there were certain elements that medicine was actually not corrupted. It wasn't really corrupted until, Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton really took their knees out. Anyway, so I realized all of this and said, okay, I have to make someone, that's when I became, 1988, I went to Cornell. And I was already the scholar, but in a way more esoteric, I belonged to all these mystery schools, instead of going to, Ivy League, I was going to mystery schools, which were way more, way. And the schools like Cornell, Yale, Harvard, Stanford, what are the schools? Few others. They are mystery schools in themselves. That's the people who started them, were those mystery guys over there, but wanted to make it a little more in public sight. And so, that was my train of thought. And I knew that this was coming down. I saw it. I mean, like I said, this deconstruction of the American dream started in 1947, right? And with the signing of the military act, basically that turned our whole country into one big military industrial complex, and that's why Eisenhower talked about it, right? And that had a lot to do with the realization of, Tesla. Basically, he was like more intense than Newton, because Newton described things that we could see and said, well, it's kind of like a clock. God made it all, but it kind of ticks, and we can find the component parts. Well, on the macro level, on the big level, yeah, it works like that. On a micro level, not so much. And that's when you start to get into string theory and things of that nature. And Tesla, I mean, Newton even understood that. Guys in, Pythagoras knew that. But they'd really get their head chopped off if they talked about that kind of stuff, because that would be leveling the playing ground for everyone on the planet. And that's what's supposed to happen. That's what can happen this year, because everything's being stressed so much that it's going to crack. And the only way the powers that shouldn't be, the hidden hand, is that they're going to have another red flag. And I mean, the red flags used to come every 60 to 20 years. Now they're coming every day. So the red flag we're going to have this year is that we're going to be, the Defense Department, basically the CIA, because the people, Tom DeWan and those class of TSA or TSS or whatever that stupid thing is, that Hillary Clinton announced, we're going to call them AORs, not UFOs anymore, aerial whatever. And her buddy, the brothers, who are like the reincarnation of the, not the Smothered Brothers, but the guys who started the CIA and the 1947, Majestic 12, all that stuff, right? So all of this flying saucer intense technology has been around since Sumeria. They came here and brought it here. And the pyramids are like energy devices. They're not burial tombs. And all of this is coming right. I mean, you just go on YouTube. I mean, I could just thumb through it and show you show after show after show of all of this, because the powers that be want everyone. It's like all of Spielberg's movies. They kind of give you the heads up of what's coming down, right? So let's see. MJ says, amazing voyages to Damascus. Very memorable, wild, and crazy times. You got it, baby. Anthony, yeah. Let's see. Fish live about 3 hours away from Deep Green. Yeah. So when I go back in the spring, Fish, you gotta come. We'll have a great time. Bring all your buddies. We'll start the circus up there. What is the deep green? Deep green is I used to teach. Well, I never, I taught a great deal, but I was a lecturer, meaning no one would get me into any department that I might even have a fathomable idea that I would become tenured. So I was a scholar. I wasn't a scholastic, and so I would be hired by entities like Brookings, CFR, lots of entities like that that rule the world, and they want to know. And that's their whole thing. Want to know, and they have all kinds of guys, who are part of mystery schools like me, and I had the privilege to be part of these things, but not have to drink the Kool-Aid. I didn't quite join. I was respected. I was appreciated. I had, I could throw a great party. They really liked that. I knew pretty girls. They liked that, and pretty boys. And so, I was able, and I could keep up and run ahead of them looking at things. And I could also have this skill set of looking at trends and what was way down there and how it's going to affect us way here. So I was doing that at a place called App State in Boone, North Carolina, and a place called ETSU, Eastern Tennessee University, which is Tennessee's flag. I mean, they don't call it, but it's their best university because it is so diverse, has so many amazing departments, so many great teachers, and the thing they do best is they bring really interesting students. What makes a university college learning anything is the students, right? And the teachers to motivate them and give good examples. So ETS use that, and I was there doing research because they had access to certain Appalachian things that I was tasked to go look, but not as most guys would look at it, but like this, because Appalachian, West Virginia, has some pretty intense paranormal stuff going on. Right? So that was what I was doing in that, and I was kind of doing it for a private entity that basically was a contractor for DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Programs. And DARPA is pretty dark magic. It's really what they should call that. And because most of their projects, they have either an X, which is ethnography, meaning hiding in plain sight, or majestic, meaning knowledge above the kings, right? And so I was studying things within that construct for those people at ETSU, right? And it was very nice. They gave me a little carrel, and they gave me a little apartment, and I would lecture this other group that was part of that group over at App State, which at that time was a teachers college. But they had a couple of interesting little departments that, because it was close to Oak Ridge, and so they, during the Manhattan Project, had done some interesting magical things that dealt with the Manhattan Project. Because Manhattan Project wasn't just about the atomic bomb. It was doing a lot of other stuff. Because it had direct connections with the RAD lab. And those guys were really off the hook. And the folks out in California and Stanford, which, became, those guys became, what's it called? It's this kind of ecology company research facility that makes a good deal of the satellites that were spy satellites for TRW. They were the research guys for TRW, and TRW manufactured them. And they then became, because of those satellites, became part of NASA and made all, like the satellites that go to Mars and the ones that went to the moon and then out to the solar system and whipped around Jupiter and Saturn and all the moons, came from, it's not the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It might be, but there's another entity tucked in that somewhere between the Skunk Works and Jet Propulsion Laboratory and area whatever, you know. Anyway, so those are the kind of guys I used to work for when I was, you know, itinerant scholar, and I wouldn't be in any of those places, but I would be in colleges doing research because there were either libraries or access to geographic things or people or stuff. And Johnson City is it's a lot of really interesting things have happened in that place. So anyway, I was between that, and there's a road, one county road between three different counties and two states. That is the only. Every other road is just a farm road, like like you're going down a river bed, And so there's one road that goes between Boone, North Carolina, and Johnson City, right? So I would go up and down that thing this one year, pretty much, once or twice a week, and it is beautiful, and it's what I call the accordion, mountain range between Appalachian Mountain Range and Blue Ridge. And so it's this other geologic entity that was a bigger mountain range, and those two gigantic things rose and just swows that mountain range into this thing that's a 200 square mile. And it's all what they call sawtooth mountains. Now, most of those things are in lines, but because it was a whole mountain range itself, it squeezed it down into accordion. And so what were mountain ranges are now like 70 instead of being across 1,000 miles. It's squeezed into a 200 mile little square, and so they go up and down, up and down. So that's why there are no roads, because the roads either have to go up it or chop the mountain off or go around it. So this one county road does this. It's like the death highway. And then because it's a rainforest, it rains all the time. It had these big floods that would wash out the railroads in Johnson City. So they built a dam, and it's called Watoga, and it's quite a large dam, one of the larger TVA dams, and something very hinky is going on underneath it, right? Because on 167, that goes from Mountain City to Johnson City, and it goes right along all of Watoga Lake. And when they built it, the federal government built it, and there were a lot of farms there, right? And so they didn't even ask, hey, is it okay if they just built the dam and then started letting the rain flood it up. So it kind of moved slowly. And then all of a sudden people were realizing that their houses are in cities, like there's a town called, what's it called? I forget. But there was this little town that was almost bigger than Mountain City. And it got flooded away. I mean, it had a hospital, high school, a movie theater, and a whole bunch of houses. And they didn't tear anything down. The water just kind of came in, and people had to run away. And so they got stuck on all these tops of these sawtooth mountains. And so they're very separate. So what was a very amazingly tight neighborhood, now they were still tight, but they're all over the place. Anyway. So you take this road, and it goes squiggling all over the place. And you really have to keep your eye on the road and not the beautiful surroundings, right? So, I would tell you, so you drive that road twice a week for a year, you get to know that road pretty good, especially when it gets cold and icy, and it gets pretty icy up in the mountaintops there. So I got to know that, and I really loved it. And I would stop, and I'd hike, and this lake, because of this Sawtooth Mountains, there's the big lake, it's Watoga Lake, but the rest of Watoga Lake, which is more water, is when all of those hollows filled up between the mountains. So it's all over. So it's got the best fishing in the Northeast because no one goes there, right? They just no one even goes on the big lake, at least not until 2020, when the thing came and all the rich people had to get out of the cities and they started buying up land everywhere, right? And I thought they'd never come to my place because there's no roads, no internet, no satellite, no nothing. You have to listen to music on the CD or the record and read books or play it yourself. And there's pretty much all the old timers all could play and read very well. And they weren't dummies, and they weren't a basket of deplorables. They had a free, open mind. Now, most of them are dead. But when I got there 20 years ago, they weren't. They were there. They were just retiring and loads of fun and had a lot of information. And anyway, so I would drive that road every day, Bangalore. And then one day, there's a place called, what's it called? It's right on the border of North Carolina and Tennessee on 26. And they have all around there are all these remnants and still there entities of the Manhattan Project. And what's it? Unicoi County, and their county seat is, I forgot what it is. But anyway, I had to go do a little investigation there, and I stayed 4 or 5 months. They got me a nice little house to stay in, and part of my investigation was to talk to everyone in that town. So I was just my gregarious self, and so anyway, that's when by what I was looking at, I started to realize that anything if you put a protractor in Oak Ridge and make a circle, 600-mile circle, there is a lot of underground and strange. Asheville has a lot of strange stuff in it that deals with this. And again, the Manhattan Project wasn't all about the atomic bomb. It was about all this other mystery school technology. And it was a hurry up because they from the Civil War on, the naval, the NIA, Naval Intelligence, and the naval intelligence guys, they're the best. They're better than CIA, better than anybody. They've been at it before we were even a country. They're all mystery school guys, and they're all studying all this, like all the flying saucers we have out in space. Solar Warden is totally U.S. Navy. I mean, it's the Space Navy, and that's why Donnie Chump called it that. So several went home for Christmas. I just hope they will get to come back. Never these days. Yeah, Anthony. They vaxxed. Let's see, Tennessee Fish. Okay, Fish. Yes, everyone that went home was vaxxed. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what else we got here. No problems. So back to what is the deep green. So I'm riding on this road all the time. I fall in love. I'm hiking everywhere. I'm seeing all these great places, and I'm in this town that's in Unicoi County, and I started a bank account. What did I do? No, I didn't have a bank account there. I got a post office box, right? And so I had a post office box, and then I would go in it because a lot of my thing, I got mail every day. That's why I had to get a post office box. I had a secure place where I could get mail. So I was getting mail, and I kept running into the same people. And there's this really down home, interesting guy, really nice suit. So he had a really good job. And so by the third time I met him, and he was a great storyteller. And that's what, I was sent there. One of the things was to plumb the cultural dynamic of this town, and for other mystery stuff. And my ability, my little knack of seeing something simple like the neighbors and what they do and what kind of things they celebrate and blah, 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 and what are the traditions of the town, and into the stuff that nobody talks about, right? I have a really good knack at plumbing that kind of information. And that's kind of why I became a itinerant scholar. I had that knack, that skill set, right? And I'm really good at getting people to talk when they don't even know they're talking. So this guy is telling me these stories, and he has got a really nice suit. So I said, so where? So, I'm the president of the bank. That's how I met this guy. I didn't have a bank account there. I had a mailbox in the post office. So anyway, I said, oh, that's nice. And he goes, you should come. There's a really good. He was a restaurant guy, and for a little town, this town had It had this ancient pharmacy that had a great, cafe line. That had a cafeteria, had a hippie kind of Mexican restaurant, and then it had a Mexican restaurant, and then it had an Italian restaurant. All very good, not like A plus, but at least an A minus. I mean, for a little town like that to have that kind of pretty good food. So he loved going to lunch and talking. So he said, come visit me he knew that I was staying there. He knew where I was staying because everybody knew everything in that town. Right? And I was a guy who comes and talks to people and listens to their story. This guy is kind of interesting. He listens to everything I say and he doesn't say that much. But whenever he does, he's got a pretty interesting story. He's a pretty interesting guy. Very nice, very hospitable, very right. Anyway, so I say, sure. So I go meet him because, hey, I want to know about the town. The best guy is the banker because he's giving everybody money or taking theirs. So anyway, I'm that, and I'm still doing my thing between ETSU and Boone, and this town is up here, and it's over here, right over near the right off the go over 2 mountains. There's North Carolina. So anyway, I'm becoming a buddy of this banker guy, and then he introduces me to the chief of police and the mayor and we go and drink at the Mexican restaurant and the Mexican, not the hippie ones because they had booze. And we were just having a good old time, right? And they were liking me, and I was, showing them little card tricks and reading their palms and stuff like that. And they thought that was fun. And I was a really good listener, and I always had a good story. And I didn't have to, let me go next. I was just, I listen. It was appropriate. And no one's talking. Hey, here's a good story. And so I got to know all these guys. And so one day, after riding up and down this other road that's way over, I said, so you guys, is that part of Tennessee in your neck of the woods? And they said, well, it was, and then it wasn't. And all of these counties and the state line there, everything is very changeable in the last 100 years, right? So we have a lot of people who have family in those things who live here, and those, so there's a lot of stuff doing this. I said, oh, that's good. I want to know, is anybody, so you're the mayor, know people, you're the, banker, you're the police chief, you're the this, you're that. Of all of you guys, do you know anybody who has any property in this general area over near Lake Watoga? And the banker goes, you know what? You need to come back to the bank. And I got this big book of all these mortgages. And that was an area that tried to take off. People bought stuff, and then it collapsed because there were no roads. There was no this, no that. And it just collapsed. And it hasn't been brought around. It's been 20 years since they tried, like 1970s. And so, yeah, come back. After lunch, come on back. So anyway, I went there, and he took out his book and he went through and he said, wow, here is a place. This is for you. I've been there. It's really beautiful. And it was going to be a gated community. There's roads, there's power, there's water. So all of this, nobody there. And there are no real roads going there, but there is, meaning that you have to get off of their trails onto another trail, onto a Forest Service road, and then bingo, you're on the county road, which is only 5 miles. That's not bad. And those roads aren't that bad. Winter, little dry, and it's a rainforest. So if somebody tears the road up, doesn't know how to drive on it, and then it rains really hard, you might have a problem. But other than that, and the price is right. And I bought this 3 acres spot for like, $6,000. I had that in my pocket. I said, great. So I said, okay, can you give me a mortgage? Oh yeah, no problem. You got great credit. No problem. So he does. And then I basically, pay for about 6 months every month. And then I pay off my thing. And I paid it off. If I paid it off within 8 months, I wouldn't have to pay the interest, period. So the bank really just got rid of its debt, but didn't make that much money. And so I did that, and he explained it to me. So you should do, I said, I got the cash. Oh, no. Get a mortgage from me and do this and then pay it off. And then you'll have even better credit, and you've got it for really cheap. And there you go. So Bob's your uncle. So I did that, and that is the deep green. And because it is so deep in the woods, yet I cleared out the center part of my 3 acres because it was the muddy holler. All the rain and everything went there, and it was just ick. And the mosquitoes and bugs were terrible, and it was just disgusting. And I took out about 30 trees and put in amazing drainage because the stream was right there. I mean, that's why it was mucky. But all the muck that's why more muck brings more muck. So I cleared it all out and built these pads to build things on and put everything in the ground, septic, water, electric, everything. And my power line is right off the main one. So unless everything goes, I never lose power. I mean, once in a while, but really, and usually that's because they're doing, maintenance or something. And so, I've had it for 20 years, and I don't have a house on it. I have Cadillac camping. I have a little kind of, it's not, it's a garage. Let's call it what it is, garage, right? But it's not built like a garage, it's built like a house, but it's a garage. And it's got a garage door where the garage door should be. And then on the wall, so I have a big deck that goes around, more than half of it, right? Big deck, like 1,900 square feet deck. And the roof line is very high pitched. So in my garage, from the floor to the ridge is almost 30 feet. So I have a whole nother floor. It's a little narrow, but there's 2 decks that have staircases that make great little bedrooms. And there's a little bathroom in the back on the ground floor and an inside kitchen and 2 garage doors. And when you put them up, it's like, if I ever build a really big house for myself, which I don't think I'm going to do, this is fine. It's like having the outside inside your house. And spring, summer, fall, this place is perfect. The nights are around 50, and the daytimes don't get above 75 or so. But right in where I took all the trees down, the mountains are in such a way that this one stretch of like half of an acre gets a lot of sun, very intense sun. And I'm kind of at 3,200 feet, so the air's a little thinner. And if you're out in that sun, you can get torched, you can get microwaved. So that's why I have these other pets deep in, that's why I call it the deep green. I have these lodges, these little campsites that I cleared out when I had my mystery school there, and people would camp up there. And they go, "Oh no, I want to live." And I said, "No, bitch, you're not living in." And I basically, when people whine, it doesn't matter what gender are, they're just a bitch, So, and I tried to have a mystery school 3 different times. Wouldn't you guys like to be out in the woods, and we're doing ceremony, and this place is, I told you earlier on this little discourse, I have a ley line that is like, you cannot believe it. And that's why they built Brigging Oak Ridge where they did, because this whole place is as spiritually and paranormally energetic as the pyramids in Egypt. And that's why they built all this shit there. And right when you're on the road going to Hampton from Mountain City, what is the name of that little town that got flooded? Oh, anyway, on that road, 167. So the federal government built that dam, flooded everything out, until I try to make amends to the people who live there. They have they have 2 really nice beaches. They have this place called The Point that is amazing because it goes out into the water, and it doesn't have camping, but it has, they left all the big trees that didn't get flooded, and they put really nice, picnic tables with a hibachi. And there's like maybe 30 or 40 of those. And they have a big, long thing. So families who want to have a big event, you could sit maybe 100 people under this roof. And covering that are 4 really, really swanky Class A bathrooms. One has showers. And, when have you ever seen, that, right? And They have boat ramps and they have shooting ranges and they have all kinds of and campsites, really amazing campsites. Again, that go out into the lake, and all the campsites have water, and you can go from your tent to go swimming. So this is really, really, but no one, up until now, up until you know 2020, really, it was just the folk who lived there who knew about it and took and had it, and the people who lived around that area who knew about it, or people who drove on that road kind of knew about it, right? And so it wasn't really overdone, but now it's like forget about it. But where I live, I'm in that place where the water goes through all those mountains. So right, like I could walk to this place where there is a boat ramp, right? Very nice boat ramp, and it has a bathroom. It's not like that one, but it's a nice bathroom, right? And it's got a big parking space, so maybe 20 to 30 guys can get their boats in and leave their trailer and their vehicle there, right? So it's quite nice, right? And if I drive, it's a mile and a half from my front door. If I walk over through this, Forest Service road that goes to nowhere, and then a trail through this guy's farm that I know really well, and it pops out the backside of another chunk of forest that has another path that goes straight to that place, right? And those guys who live have their like little rowboats or their fishing boats, not with a motor, stuck in the woods that they just kind of drag out and put in the water and go. Because the fishing out there, you don't have to go very far. Just in that place where the boat ramp is amazing fishing. I mean, I can't fish with a darn, yet even there I can fish. And, I bought myself a Dollar Tree fishing rod for like an 8-year-old, and I caught fish on that. So and my friends who are the big fishermen around there, they take me out just for comic relief. So that's why I call it, because I'm really deep in the forest, but the water is right there, right? And the county road is kind of right there. And there's not too many people around me, which is what I like. But they're moving in, and they're chopping off tops. They're destroying they unbelievably destroying. There's this one road, 167, that goes to Mountain City. That is a county road, but it's fed by all these farm roads. And these guys bought up all of this land on that side of the lake. And it's pretty steep. And that's why it was pretty undevelopable, because it's Sawtooth Mountain. So instead of having lumpy mountains that you could put a lot of houses on, they're like this. So what did they do? They cut off the top of these 3 mountains. So they now had a pretty wide top. It has an amazing view. And they put, they're going to put 6 houses up there for $2 million a piece and make a little exclusive gated community. But the road to get up there is suicidal, because it's like straight up a mountain like that off of another road. And so when they did that, because it's a rainforest, they did it in a time where this summer we had a pretty dry, unrainy thing. But they cut that off, and around the end of August, we had like 5 days of torrential rain. And so because they did this and there were no trees or dirt to catch and put the water into the water table, the water just kind of went just underneath the ground, lifted it up, and the whole side of the mountain facing 167 just lifted off, and the water just washed it all down. And, luckily it happened at 3 a.m. or sometime when nobody was driving on that road, and no one died. But it covered it in 15 feet of mud and trees and rock, and it destroyed that side of the hill. So now they can't build the houses up there. And the state and the county had to spend close to $6 million to getting heavy equipment and grading things and putting drainage and gigantic boulders, because those rich people were entitled. They felt entitled. They didn't do any environmental study, anything. They had nobody. Just bulldoze this. Oh, look at this field. Let's just make it really wide. So we put. All they were thinking was how many houses they could put. And because the county that, it's not my county, but the county that this thing was in, like I said, I'm within 20 feet of 3 different counties and 2 states. I'm right on this really interesting, energetic. Like I said, it's a square. It's like we're Tennessee, big long state, pretty narrow. But when it comes towards Virginia, Tennessee does this. And there's North Carolina here, Virginia here, West Virginia here, Kentucky there, like all within, you know, like I said, I'm like within, if I was a bird, I'm within a mile of North Carolina. Driving my car, it's about 2.5, 3 miles. Um, Going to Virginia, if I was a bird, it's about 15 miles. If I'm driving a car, it's about 25. Um, West Virginia, if I was a bird, it's maybe 30 miles. Driving a car, it's maybe 50. Kentucky, if I was a bird, it was be, I don't know, 50, 60 miles. If I drive, it's about 7 miles. So I'm in the energetics of all of this, and it's quite interesting. And all these people have family in all of these things, and all the counties are named after all the families. So that's why I call it the deep green, because up until recently, that's all it was. You know, I saw nobody, there were no anybody from, that would be stupid. But now there's like those stupid people cut up, and they're going to do. They did it in 4 other places with still no cognizant of what they did. Luckily, the other places they did it in wasn't as fragile as that place. But they're just ripping and tearing. This one farm that was way up and it's really beautiful. It was about 120 acres, and it was really steep going in, and then it broadens out, and then it's a farm, so it does this instead of this. And so this guy bought it, and is going to put in super high end RV park up there with like amenities and pools and restaurants, and and only the rich, big super duper RVs can make it up there. But it's this big beautiful farming thing up here, but it then comes down maybe 2 miles in a very, again, sawtooth manor holler road. So it comes down very steep, very narrow, and it comes out onto that county road, the only county road. It comes out at a place where, because this road is doing this around all of these mountains, and it comes down like this, very steep, the road does. So and when I first got there, I never saw a tractor trailer. Now, there's hundreds of tractor trailers because it's the shortest distance between 26 and Boone. And Boone has become this big, and there's Banner Elk and a bunch of other, high-end little towns that exploded. Boone had a population of 8,000, now has a population of 80,000, 100 times more. And Banner Elk had a population of 1,300 and now has a population of people who live there, 27,000. Population of people who own a house and come there once in a while and Airbnb, blah, 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 38,000 to 70,000. So they've so overpopulated this area with rich, stupid people. And they're not even rich. They just think they're rich, A lot of people that worked at Oak Ridge at the time kind of lost their minds. Yeah, they used to huff plutonium gas. When they put the, what happened was the Germans had an atomic bomb. That's how they killed 60 million Russians in 3 years. Whereas we would take uranium, turn it into yellow cake, and then add hydrochloric and fluoric acid to it and make it to hydrofluoric, what's it called? It's an acid. And then they put that liquid acid into a centrifuge and spin it up. And that's when all of the very radiological isotopes come out of it, but in small amounts. But energetically, which is they don't really talk about in the physics books, plutonium, which is an element and given the name of the devil, Pluto, and so there were 21,000 women, because they were very good at meticulous things, looking through this cathode ray tube, and it was like zzz, right into their eyes, like 6 inches from their eyes and their brain. And they had these little knobs, and they would tune that energy going into that hydrofluoric acid glop, yellow cake, spinning in that centrifuge, and they had vents on the side. Hey, so they were huffing plutonium and hydrofluoric gas. Both super duper poisonous. They all died, but before they did, were they out there? Woo wee, just what our friend said here. They lost their minds and their lives. Let's see. How do you see the squash? Squash. Not in my neighborhood, but over a few more pointed mountains. I have a buddy. He is like so tight with these guys. He had an accident while he was hiking, right? And they came and got him and took him back to their place. And they're dimensional. Why we can't capture them or turn around? They're dimensional. And so, they picked him up and carried him to their place and walked through this waterfall, and there's a mountain behind it. And they just walked through it, and bingo, they were in another land that had super duper high technology. And that's why, San Holo's buddy, the hairy one, is a Sasquatch. And he's coming from that land where, the guy who, Lucas, who made the Star Wars movies, he sat at the feet of Joseph Campbell, and George Lucas sat at the foot of Joseph Campbell, and Campbell just told him, mythology after mythology, like where we came from, what it was, all the other civilizations before, and that is what Lucas used. He just took it straight. He tape recorded Joseph Campbell and then wrote everything. All those planets are that solar system is us. Everything about that is us. We are the frigging empire, So my friend is like, he's going to marry his daughter off to one of these guys. Anyway, he tells me this story, and I'm going, okay, because you want to see them? I said, yeah. So he takes me over there, and he has a whole little ritual he goes through, and he waits, and they show up. And, they look at him, and they trust him. Like he said, his daughter's going to marry one of them. Anyway, he says, no, you don't understand. He's friend, and he's smart, and he will be one of the you want to talk to. Because once you go into their land, they're like rocket scientists. They speak every language, they're totally telepathic. But on this side, they're quiet and shy and don't mix because they know what morons we are. So unless they find somebody that they, vibrate with, so they took me in there, and they didn't show me anything. I was like in the suburbs. We didn't go into town, and I was just with this guy's family, and the Sasquatch's family, and of course, no sign, So there I am, between ETSU with every kind of scientist you could imagine, and App State teacher, but now it's like a fun house college. Kids go to there because they can not even go to class and still get a degree, and all they do, there's lots of skiing, canoeing, hiking, biking. It's a fun house college, and lots of bars. No restaurants, bars, right? And they've taken a real hit with the pandemic, and that town might close up. They used to, that school had 30,000 students, right? When I was lecturing there, they had 8,000. Anyway, so the thing, I only went to visit them once. I didn't, and I went back there, and I couldn't find the place my friend took me to. And it's like, well, it's got, here's the trail, here's that tree, where's the place? It's like, what happened to that? So, but when I was there for dinner, and they're all vegetarians, they do not eat meat. So, but their vegetables are not the vegetables we eat. They're like, yummy. I could be a vegetarian and eating what they eat. So, probably be vegetarian now. Our vegetables are like have the the life supporting substance of cardboard. Between GMOs and everything else, it's like so. Anyway, when I was having dinner with those guys, they basically said that you guys, you're not going to blow the planet up. That's not going to be allowed because they are, you know, the love police, or I don't know what you call them, but they're there to keep an eye on us, basically. And they're multidimensional. They can go any place in the known everything, right? And they basically said, you know, you can grow up like that, or you can be children for a long time, and that won't be very nice for you. It'll be uncomfortable. And basically said, you know, you will just be reincarnated over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And you used to live a long time, but you don't do it anymore because you were such scumbags that you were like you couldn't last 200 years being that kind of a scumbag. So I would love that. Let's see. Google Maps. Guys, don't look. You know what's really sick? I wanted somebody on this thing. So, I want to come and blah, blah, blah. And I just gave him the rough, where I was. And he found me. I didn't give him an address or anything because I'm not doing that. Because this is, the chat. I energetically look at you all and I love you all. But other people watching this because, there are more than 5 of you watching this right now. There's like 50 to 100. And what really, I don't say irritating, but interesting is, so when I end this show, I hit end stream and then end show, it brings up all of the numbers, how many people watched, how long they watched, how many people did this, how many people did that, right? So, we've been having, since I've had access to the internet, and I do this pretty regularly now, I'm starting to get 40 to 100 people watching the show every time I do it, which is pretty interesting. But the next morning, once it gets uplinked to my channel and I go look at that data, it says 10 people watched it, 3 people liked it. It's just like, really? And I'm going to have to start taking screenshots of that's a good idea. I might do it tonight. But it's obvious they're not like blocking me from whatever I say, but they are putting me down on the lower ebbs of the neighborhood of the algorithm so no one can find me. So this goes to, this one guy said, blah, blah, blah. I gave him my, remember gang, want to get a hold of me, go to the dude awake 42 at Gmail. So he got a hold of me there, right? And then he kind of, was generous. He wanted to send me something, PayPal, the dude awake 42 at Gmail. And so he did. He sent me a nice little gift and we talked on the phone. And then he said, and we talked about, I'm constantly wanting to get the band back to take this on the road, really have some fun with this. And he was like talking, yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah, good for that, right? So anyway, so I basically said, fine. And I said, so there's a IHOP in Boone, I'll meet you there at this date at this time. And you can get to Boone pretty easy off the interstates. And if you need to stay, there's lots of hotels here because of college town, mom and dad stay. So there are a lot of, you can get a, other than graduation or other parents thing, you can get a hotel room in Boone, for as little as $36. They got really fancy schmancy ones, but the 8-ball hotel is like $36, right? So I tell them all that. So I'll meet you on this date at the IHOP. I'll be having breakfast, right? So, and I told him what I look. I mean, he knew what I looked like, and I, so I said, "I'll see you then." And we made agreement. Okay, right. So I said, "I'm gonna be out and about the day you hit the road. So I'm going to give you a call on your cell phone, see where you are, how you're doing, what you think your ETA is going to be. I said, okay. So we did that. And so we were all set to meet that day and that time. And so the IHOP, that little strippy mall, so it's the IHOP, the Pizza Hut, and the other, there's 3 stores that I know all the people because the IHOP was like they had really good Wi-Fi and they have great pancakes, and very affordable. I got a nice breakfast for $6, right? So, and if I was a veteran, it was $3. And all the people who worked there would put in the computer as I was a veteran, so I paid $3. So I drive there, get there, half an hour before, and I kind of walk in. Maybe an hour before. I have breakfast. I'm online. I'm writing. I'm doing this. I'm doing that, and I'm waiting, and like right on the dot, he shows up, right, and basically. I'm sitting at a table. I'm looking out at the parking lot. And basically, when I pulled in, there was his truck there and a guy sitting in the truck with his 2 big dogs. And I just said, oh, okay. I went in, sat down, had breakfast, and I kept saying that. And right on the dot, I see the guy get out of the truck, walk across the parking lot, come into IHOP, come to me and said, hey, how you doing? And I looked at him and I said, how long you been there? I said, I've been there, maybe 18 hours. I said, 18 hours? Yeah. I said, that was daylight yesterday. How come you didn't, when we were talking on the phone and you were on the road, say you were going to say, well, I didn't know. And I wanted to not, I was going to just, as we agreed. I said, so where'd you sleep? He said, I slept in a vehicle. I said, you slept in you had 2 big dogs. He had 2 big huskies. And he let them sleep on the bed and he slept behind the wheel. I'm just getting, And so, I said, so you saw me come in. Didn't you see me? He said, oh, yeah. I said, well, why didn't you come in an hour ago and have breakfast with me? So I wanted to come in on time. And that's like close to neuroses, So anyway, so he comes back and he, I have a place for him to sleep. And he goes, no, I'm going to sleep in a vehicle so I can keep my dogs. They get very upset if I'm not in the truck when they go to sleep. And these dogs were like, he could barely control them because they're built to pull sleds. And he's living in a little house, and they stay in a little house, and he has to like walk them miles so they can, otherwise if they can't run around and pull a sled. So, and I said, I said, were you living in that, were you in Alaska with mushing? What's mushing? Mushing is when you have these dogs pull a sled. And he knew nothing about sledding. He had sled dogs and knew nothing about anything about them, except that they were pretty and that they liked him. They didn't like anybody else, but they liked him. Well, that's sled dogs. They totally bond with their owner, and that's it. They don't listen to anybody else. Anyway, so he was there for 2 days, and it just got weirder and weirder. And he had this on his phone. He had figured out my location, and he looked at lots of other sites, and he found not Google Maps, but this French satellite that was taking pictures of all around that area, looking for all of the strangeness that we put there during the Manhattan Project. And so the other pictures he showed, I said, well, yeah, that's that secret place, and that's that underground place, and that's that. Oh, but here I am. So I was in that catalog, out in the woods, in this one in a super deep green with this 1/4 acre, less than that, half acre strip of cleared out where my drainage driveway is, and and he had pictures of me, and they had actually you had about 20 pictures of my little slit, and one of them was me walking, not, but seeing my bald head. I mean, that's how good this fucking satellite was. My car, my site, and my bald head, right? And he, it was just, anyway, so I kept talking like, hey, let's go. So, okay, now, he's an artist, his wife's a da 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 da. And then I find out that his wife actually is like, what do they call intelligence analyst at a facility that no one knows are there, right? And so they have this house, and why they have a little house is that they are not allowed to have any more than X square feet because they're not really allowed to have friends. So all the time we talked on the phone, I'm sure NSA was really listening this time, and I'm talking about everything I talk about, and taking it on the road to colleges to inform everyone. Anyway, so that's why I was always like my privacy, but after that guy, I'm like, I really, 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 really. But I know Fish forever, so she can come and visit, and pretty much. If Luna wanted to, Anthony, MJ, anybody of that ilk wants, because energetically I can see you guys. This guy, he appeared twice, then he just talked to me. There's something about the live chat and this, I can actually energetically look at you guys. It could almost give you, I wouldn't want to give you the kind of readings I give, because then it'd be out there in the World Wide Web. So I wouldn't do that. I can see and feel you guys, and then we can talk about it on the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, right? So this guy, saw me here, heard me going about, the Dude Awake 42 at Gmail, and then he got a hold of me there, and then we talked, and then I gave him my phone number, and we talked on the phone, and he sounded amazingly cool. He had an English accent. He came from Lords and blah 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 blah, and he was an artist and blah 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 blah, and he was this and blah 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 blah. So he sounded and he was computer savvy up to the T, blah blah blah, and his wife was a computer, an artist and a computer scientist. So that's kind of, I need somebody like that, because to do this traveling video art circus and everything else I want to do, really do need a platform. That I almost need my own server. I need a place where, unless they destroy the whole internet, they can't take me down. Now, seemingly, I'm pretty okay. I mean, I don't really get bothered by YouTube per se. I mean, they do annoying things, but I'm not being blocked or anything, and I think that's because I'm under. If I had maybe 100,000 subscribers, they might be a little more, hey, you can't say that. But because there's 500 of you, and there's probably another 100 to 500 who watch it but don't subscribe, or just kind of, oh, what's he doing? Because I look at a lot of stuff that way. I don't really subscribe to everything. Once I learned out what that meant and how they can follow you by you following some, I've learned, and that's, if I have to learn how to do something, I learn how to do it, I mean, I've learned enough about my laptop and the internet, and that I can navigate it. Before, when I was at universities, I always had kids who were super, human computers who, if I needed a platform, they'd make it for me like that, right? If I needed this, they'd do it like that, right? Because I was fun to hang out with, and they were, studying in one of my classes, or they were one of my lab rats, or they were being paid to be part of a program. So, and that's one reason why I did that for as many years as I did it, because it was enjoyable, and I enjoy the company of people. And why I do this is that I get the same dynamic of enjoying people's company by you guys, because you are with me in every frame, other than physically being right here. But otherwise, I feel you, I experience you, and that's why you guys you get more than I'm telling you. Interesting story. You can tell you can feel what I'm telling you, right? And not everyone can do that. So that's why you're special. But and this guy who came to visit me, I just, like I said, I I just was starting to do this. I didn't really understand the internet or any of the stuff. Now I knew the technology. I knew more about the this technology on a more esoteric and mystery and you know ethnography side of the technology that most people don't know about. I do, but the humdrum, boring part of it, not so interested. So I never paid that much mind to it, and I always could have people take care of the boring stuff. I never had to deal with it, but now I don't, and I had to. So now I do know. Now I do understand, and now I do. My things like right now, my I have a lot of stuff on the cloud, and when I try to draw it up, I have to turn my laptop off and reboot it to connect to the cloud, which is annoying, right? And so it only shows the stuff that's on my bar up there. And every time I go online, it takes something off. And so I don't know, understand whether it's my laptop or it's and John Boy, who he's Mr. Internet, but he has a Mac, so he's totally a Mac head. So he doesn't understand Google or Chrome or any of the systems that I have, and he can't understand that this. And he bought me this laptop after destroying my other. He like got mad at me, just and so he bought me this, and it works okay if it works great if I'm on the internet. But when I'm out in Dean Green, it doesn't really have. It has a big RAM, but it doesn't have a hard drive. So I can be writing and writing and writing, and at a certain point, it says, "Uh-oh, I'm not feeling good. I'm shutting down." But I've been on the internet now, last month and a half, had it totally hooked up to it, so it should be fine, happy, right? But it's starting to do little squirrely things. Now, one of the little problems is my power plug is a little squirrely, right? And I don't know anyone. It's working, but it falls out all the time. I have to put it in such a way that it stays there. And I don't know if that's affecting any of the other systems because I don't know if that's why I can't just go onto my my cloud, right? So anyway, but I'm in a place. So I've got about 8 novels up on the cloud, and I have chunks of them on thumb drives. But this thing doesn't make it easy because this will only take a document from this into another person's computer that's Google. So if you've got Mac or anything like that, iPhone, I can't send you. I can send you email. I can send you a messaging, but I can't send you. I can large document, right? Um, and I can, but I have to take it through so many different iterations. Put it on this, and then take it over there, and then put it over here, and then put it over there, and then send it to you. Not just hit. Now, if you're on Google, and it goes straight to you. So I see that as this whole internet thing is doing this. It's making tribal groups. You're a Mac person, you're a Google person, and there are other things of that denotation, and it's just making it tougher and tougher. And then what's going to happen is, and I think it's 2020. There's going to be a solar flare. So the sun is going through real conniptions because it's going from a super active time to being one of the deadest times. So forget about global warming. We're heading for an ice age. Look, and it's really interesting because it doesn't matter what the temperature of the thermometer says. It's the energy. So certain forms of the sun's energy isn't getting to us, right? And what that will do is cause a brain fart of the sun where we will have an X flare. Right? And we've had a number of X flares, and we have been very lucky that the one that hit us really smack on hit us like in the 1870s when we had no semiconductors, or you know, it wiped out a few phone systems, and it wiped out a lot of telegraph line. And out there in the West, where the railroad tracks were going in long distance right after each other, one was north, one was south, and they turned into spaghetti. So just by that, you can see that if that happened again, and our whole planet's so, um, you know, everything runs on a semiconductor chip. And our infrastructures, because of good old Mr. Rothschild buying up all of them and then not doing any, fixing anything or upgrading anything, our electric grid is like, forget about it. And, you know, all our gas lines are, you name it, they are like ready to blow. So, and we've had some really bad accidents in the last 5 years. Like there was the gas system up near Boston, and between Boston and let's say New Hampshire, there are all these little towns: Fitchburg, Athol, Winchendon, Worcester, and they were all on the same gas system, right? Then in the 90s, when Bill Clinton decontrolled all the utilities so they could be more efficient, they were bought up by investment banks. And then those chunks of those systems were sold off like bologna as stock, just like what happened to the savings and loan. That's what has been done to our utilities, right? All of them, telecommunications, electric, gas and water, sewage, all have been sliced up and amortized. And not only them, you too, because in 1972, when we had this economic collapse that made the '08 collapse look like nothing, because that took out all of the what made the dollar the planetary monetary number one. And Mr. Rothschild took all the gold out of the Federal Reserve, because it wasn't Federal Reserve has as much to do with the federal government as Federal Express, right? Federal Express has more to do with it because it was started by DARPA so they could move their own little special packages around without anybody really paying attention. I mean, and Steven Spielberg gave the heads up about that he gave the heads up on a ton of stuff in Close Encounters, really, because he wanted, his bosses wanted everyone to have a sense of this. So when they pulled their necks, pulled the tablecloth off the table without, getting the water glasses ajar, or throw them up in the air, whichever one they choose. Stephen has given because the powers that be have to kind of tell the pros what's going on, but in a very secretive way so they don't understand. But when the shit comes down, they aren't to blame. The pros are, because they knew. We showed them that movie. So, back in 1970, everything that economically was our foundation was taken away. And they took it away. They didn't trade it for anything. They took it away and said, now what do you have? So you know what Nixon did? That's why we have the EPA and all of those entities that seemingly protect our safety. What he did was he sold every municipality. And that's why you ride into a town, you see, welcome to Hoboland, and incorporated city or village or town. Everything is, even our federal government has been turned into a corporation. Our federal government, we no longer run under the Constitution. We run under admiralty law, right? So go Google that. And so that's where we are right now. And that's why we're going through all this stuff in the last 3 years, and since Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was the clown that was, he's the guy who installed, he got rid of the Republican Party and installed in their place that, we have the liberals, the conservative, the Democrats are the neoliberals, and the Republicans became the NICP, the Neo Insane Clown Party. Now, there's a band called the Insane Clown Party. If you were to go Google them or look at them on YouTube, you would say, "My God, that's what our government looks like right now," right? Um, so that's where we're at. We have neoliberals on one side, and and people, oh, they're communist socialists. Not even close. They're fascists. They are two wings of the same corporate bird. We don't have capitalism. We have crony capitalism. We have oligarchy. We have been so much. Russia and the United States and England have been the same entity since Russia had their revolution in 1917, right? Same thing. And they're out in space with all three, England, us, and Russia, and China even, they are part of solar watering. And so is Italy, India, who else? France, Germany, the breakaway civilization. I wouldn't quite call them German, but they're more Aryan, So the world you think you live in is not even close, And, go read David Icke, and he started, he got some ayahuasca blown up his nose in 90, and he came back to England. It was like, he saw the movie They Live, and he was starting to, my God, that's what I'm seeing, my God, because he didn't come down from his little experience. And that's good. That's supposed to, that blowing that shit up your nose isn't a party treat. It is to open your mind. And David Icke's mind got opened up. 91, he came to U.S. Psychotronics big whoop-de-doo in the Penta Hotel. And he gave a speech that he gives that, about the reptiles and all that. And a handful of us knew, well, this guy's right on. The rest of the people, and that's why I stopped being part of any of that shit, because inside of that, it's got its own tribal everything. And no one's, what is the frigging truth? Well, none of those morons know. So there's a handful, right? And, I guess it was, what year was it? 84. I had my little NGO in the UN called Alternative Technologies, right? And adept and appropriate alternative technologies. And the first little project we did, I'm sitting in my office, and they basically just bought us out. We were the, interesting folks of the, Save the Earth Party, and Ban the Bomb Party, and the, No Nuclear War Party. And so we got to, start an NGO in there, and we had some interesting, it's like being in a college and starting a college club, right? That's the UN, right? And so we had some interesting people, and we got to do this because my mentor, Billy Kluver, who got the Nobel Prize he's one of the guys who helped discover the background radiation of the universe. He was at the RAD lab during World War II and before. And he was the chief scientist brains for the CFR. And as a little kid, I used to live just up the street on Park Avenue from the CFR. And I would take our dog to the park, to walk him so he could run, not just walk. And so I let him run all over the place. We popped out on the great lawn. And so, he'd run around. He had his favorite places. I would just sit on his park bench near Balto the dog and meditate. And he'd run around. And he'd find friends. Everyone loved him. And then he'd say, okay, I'm ready to go home, and run back to me. He was the best of dogs. Dandy, king dandy. So we'd walk by the CFR every day. And it was like a castle. And there was no way in. There was this one gate that you could drive through, but that was it. And then in the center, they had a center thing. So all the windows, only third floor and above, they had windows looking out onto the street. But all the windows mostly were on the inside. They had this big courtyard. And you drove through this gate into the courtyard. You got out of your car, your chauffeur got you out. And so anyway, the only door they had on street level was this glass. And you looked into this, and it was like Wonderland, all these flashing lights and just the most amazing things appearing in like holograms. And no one knew what a hologram was at this time. This is like in the 50s. And they had, the Germans had holograms. They had lasers. They developed the laser to aim their bombs just like we did, and they used the high-powered lasers instead of using centrifuges to make weapon grade material. They used lasers, and we finally started doing that at Los Alamos in the 80s. Right? They were doing it in the 40s, 30s, and 40s. So anyway. That's the kind of wild, crazy stuff they had in this big hole that was this big sheet of glass. It looked like glass, but when you knocked on it, it didn't knock like glass. It felt like it was that much of plexiglass, like you could blow up something and it wouldn't touch this thing. And I would go by, and every time I'd be looking at it, my dog would sit and look in there too, and we'd be looking at it, and then, there's no getting in. So, after a few minutes of staring in there, he'd let's go. I got to go. So we get up and we go to the park, which was only a couple blocks, right? 2-3 blocks. Park. I think it's Park, and then because it's Lexington, Park and Madison. It's Lexington. It's like 3rd Avenue. Then I think Lexington, then Park, Madison, then 5th Avenue. So anyway, we'd walk to the park and run around. So one day, we're staring in there, and this guy comes behind me. He goes, "That's pretty interesting stuff, don't you think?" And I kind of look, and he's a pretty tall guy. I'm a little short kid. And I go, "Yeah, what is that stuff?" He goes, "It's the future." And I'm like, he says that, and I go, and he goes, "You want to go in?" And I go, "Yeah." And my dog goes, "Yeah." And so he has some button on his body, or he just thinks it. But that what I thought was plexiglass, most mud puppets would say that's glass, but when you hit it with your knuckle, it was really super dense, and the only thing I knew that dense was plexiglass, and that's me at 9 years old saying, Anyway, he pushed something or said, open sesame or did something. It was gone. He was gone in, and I kind of put my hand up there. And there was nothing there. I kind of went, whoa. And my dog looked up at me and went, "Rrr." And like, should we really go in there? And my dog was much smarter and more protective of me. I was like, yeah, let's. So we went in and, we walked in and, I turned around and this big, tall guy's right behind me. And I feel, the air kind of changed and I turned around and I put my hand back and the plexiglass was back there. He goes, "Don't worry, you can get out." He's reading my mind. And so we have this nice little tour of all the future. And that's a whole nother 2-hour story. I'll tell you another day. And anyway, so my name's Billy Kluver. I said, "Are you related?" And he goes, "Madam Hugo Kluver?" "Yes." The woman who's as tall as you are, and I was like, 4'8", and he goes, "Have you gone in there?" And I goes, "Well, I go by there, and it's like her window is as weird as your window, but I know it's a curved glass because the Museum of Modern Art." He goes, "I'll tell you a story about the Museum of Modern Art." And so he had more stories than I have, and he kept saying, "I'll tell you that story later." Anyway, so he gave me that tour, and then he said, "Your dog probably has to go." And the dog goes, "Rrr, rrr, rrr." And so, he let us out, and he goes, "All you have to do is stand in front of the glass." And it was pretty wide. It was like maybe 4-foot opening. He goes, "Find the middle, and that's right around where your nose is." And like he had a tape measure, right around where your nose is. Put your hands out there, knock on the glass twice, and with your right hand, push the one brick up there, and over where your left hand is, you'd think it would be a brick right where this brick is, but no. The next one is up. You knock on it twice, push that one, then push that one, and the door will open. And it'll open if I'm in there, and I won't be notified, and I will come and greet you. So that was our, from that point on. And then after that, the second time, the next time we took a walk, and it was daytime, and it wasn't raining, and it was perfect weather for an adventure. I said, "So you ready for this, Dan?" And he goes, and so knock twice, hit that side, hit that one, and it opened up. And I mean, it wasn't, we could go through it. And I went in a few steps, and he kind of came out from the side of something. He said, "Oh, hello, my friend." And he knelt down to Dan, and he had a hot dog in his pocket. He says, "Here, this is for you, my four-legged friend." And he talked like that. He called Everett my friend. But once, I quickly became Al Bob. He never called me the kid. A lot of people around him, so he knew everybody, right? So that's kind of how I got my little, invitation to join this thing. I was 9 then. I was 9, 10 years later, and he was my mentor for 10 years. And we went to Madame Oglekluver's Curiosity Shop, and that was a dimensional portal to many. It was just, whoa, again, that'll be more stories, I'll tell you that, after. And, guys, we're going to spend the next 2 evenings and days talking about preparation for 2022. And I want you to talk to me, ask me questions. We talk more in depth about what you're all going to want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do or what you need to do. I'm here to help, but we have to, it's a co-creation. Yes, I tell you a lot of stories here. I can talk a lot, but I actually listen way more than I talk. Let's see, what else are we saying here? On Google Maps, let's see. Got vision when you chat. Yep. That's what I pump this thing up with shamanic juice to open up your third eye. So I'm not putting any images into your head. Now, I tell you stories, and so those images of those stories may appear, but they're just a bridge to take you to where you need to go. That's inside of you. I'm not putting anything in you except a feeling of connectivity and ability, opportunity. And I can, it's not like, oh, I can't do that. I could never do it. I can't. It takes away the I can't and puts in, I'm going to do, not I'm going to try, I'm going to do. You're going to go from I can't to I'm going to do. And that's what I'm putting in you. And the stories are there to give like little road signs, little, look at that, like little reflectors along the side of the highway. I'm hearing, I've got visions of, yeah. I'm here, got visions, yep. Yeah. 74 661 Road. Yeah, that's Johnny Boy's place. Yep. Mm-hmm. Lemon cookies. Yep. And that's his spot. Yep. Only takes a sec to see your location. Yep. Well, Johnny's location here, the school. Right. This is where I'm at physically at this moment. Yeah, Anthony. Now I know that, and like I said, this other guy who didn't even have something plugged in. I mean, you're just looking at where the signal is coming from, right? So, Mr. Lemon Cookies, you're obviously adroit at the old computer. So, can you explain to me why I have to reboot my laptop if I want to look at what's in the cloud? That just recently, just basically since I got here, that everything works. But the last place I was at that had good Wi-Fi like this does, I was doing a live chat and it froze just. And then, I tried to exit. I tried to escape. I tried, Control Alt. I tried to turn it. Nothing happened. Just stayed on. And so I just, put it away, went to sleep, didn't play with it. Next day I tried it. It was still in the same mode, put it away. And then I tried it one time, and then, it shut itself off. And then I rebooted it, and it was good to go. Everything worked, right? But that was a little, because it just froze. Everything froze. Couldn't even turn it off. But after a day and a half, I could turn it off, and then I rebooted, and everything was fine. And now, and I can, I can charge my battery, even though the little pluggy thing is loose. It still charges. So right now I'm at full charge. But since I've been here, I can't always. Sometimes I can go onto the cloud and see all my documents, but sometimes I can't. And so there's no logic to me, and I'm not a computer guy. So, Mr. Lemon, to let's see how good you are. Can you explain what might be the problem and what I should do about it? Anybody else on the chat, if you have an idea. Now, Anthony, after Mr. Lemon said, he gave me my address, and Anthony's got the face like Home Alone. But, pretty much that's something almost I could do, because all he's doing is looking where my IP is and taking it to where, the address of my, the Wi-Fi here, right? So the router. So, some more commie Russian bots. We're just going to get rid of these guys. Remove. I mean, it'd be nice if the bots were a little more interesting. Mr. Lemon, are you a because there, since I started this, the first thing that started watching this was AI, because I would log on, I go through the whole process and hit go live, and then it takes 5-10 seconds to go live. And the instant, and I'd be looking to see if the counter started and if the heads and the thumbs showed up after it said going live. And the instant the counter came on, before the first second, there'd be one person on the heads. And the only thing that could do that is an AI, someone who's constantly watching for my appearance, So, Mr. Lemon, are you one of those? And I, so for the first month, nobody watched this thing. And because, John wouldn't, John was making like $1,200 from my stories on his channel, but he wouldn't tell anyone that I had my own channel, And then I had to start telling, and that's when I realized that he wasn't going live on any of these things. He was videotaping them and then editing. So because this one, when I saw how much money he was making off of me telling a story on his channel, and that every time he threw me out, it was because people were saying, "Shut up, John. I don't want to hear you babble. I want to hear this guy tell stories." He got really upset and threw me out the first time for that. Right? He threw me out a few other times, but then nobody watched, and he didn't make that $1,200, and so he begged me to come back. But the first time he threw me out, it was really cold, and I went to some people up in West Virginia I thought would be there, and they weren't. And I bumped into this lady at a supermarket who was wearing a coat that made her look like the Michelin Man. And I was in front of her on the line, and I feel this, and I turn around, and she's got her hand around my arm and goes, "You're a manly man. Manly man? Will you be my manly man?" It was like Mr. Rogers on Quaaludes. And she's about 50, and she's short, and like she looks like Michelin Man. So I don't know if she's like 300 pounds under this gigantic coat or what it is, but she's really strange. And she goes, "I have this really, are you a fix-it man too? You look like a fix-it man." And she has this little photo album, and she puts up, "This is my house." And it was like an amazing, gigantic estate with an amazing, like 18,000 square foot, bowling alley, and my heat doesn't work and I have no hot water and I'm cold. I'm there with my mother. If you come and fix things and make the house warm, I have an apartment you can say it has its own jacuzzi. And I'm going, I'm like a sucker for a jacuzzi. And so I'm going, okay, I'll bite. So I follow her back to her place and it's like amazing. And it was truly amazing because this place was probably built in the 60s or 70s. And whoever built it really had a mind's eye for technology because it was had a it's not all of it was on the grid, but it had windmills and solar panels and storage batteries, and it was turning the electricity into hydrogen and oxygen. And it was running the heat system on that. So he wasn't buying any, not splitting wood, but he did have a gigantic Swedish wood stove that ran the coils into the, to the, and he had forced air hot heating and air conditioning, and he had radiators. And so this device that was burning hydrogen and a little bit of oxygen, and getting real heat, not just what propane or natural gas or oil would give or coal. This was like, and everything was built to have that like steam, You could, and he had actually his one of his electric systems. He had a small steam turbine. I mean, this thing was out there, but it was definitely 60s or 70s, like technology, and nothing off the shelf. And built by people who knew. It wasn't like Rube Goldberg. This was like, because I had seen other systems like this and I had built systems like that, with my buddy Wavy Gravy, who had money and he would build communes. And so we built, a very alternative technology commune in Woodstock. So anyway, so all of that kind of exposure, that's what got me, and my mentor, Billy Kluver, got me into the UN, right? So I had this, and there's a ton of NGOs, Girl Scouts, everything you can imagine. And we were under the umbrella of UNICEF because our technology was supposed to be something that poor, starving people could use to survive. And our first little project that we hit out of the park was sitting, and I had this office, like beautiful, I mean, unbelievable office, unbelievable furniture, carpet. The dining we ate in was like Waldorf Astoria food because everyone's diplomats, right? I have this unbelievable, and usually the office I get is like, I share with the janitor's closet. This is really nice, and there's three other guys and a few other people from UNICEF who not always there, but the three technical guys. We each had our own little, we had this big office and we had our little, it wasn't quite, but our little niche. And it was better than a cubicle. It was more a niche, right? And we had shelves and, and we all had our own window and desk and a nice little lounge chair and our totally ergonomic thing that we worked from. And we not only did I have a desk with drawers, I had a drafting table so I could do drawings. Anyway, and my computer, and it was great. Couldn't ask for more. And so our first project, I'm sitting up, and I'm like the big picture guy. Another guy is all about everything water. I mean, everything water, right? And then the other guy is everything energy. Right. And that's it. That's, the energy guy could not, and I was the guy in between who could get everyone to kind of talk. And not only them, but everybody else. I would go to other NGOs and meet them in their little coffee clutches and talk about stuff and blah, blah, blah. Right. Because I had this unbelievable connection from the CFR and the Rockefeller Foundation. And those guys own the world, along with Mr. Rothschild. And he's a little more above their pay grade. And so, anyway, I'm sitting in my little notch, and the water guy is always talking about water and how everyone's dying because they don't have enough water. Well, this energy guy is talking about transportation and communication and light bulbs and heat and air conditioning. And you can live without all that stuff. You can't live without water. So I'm like thinking about water. And I got all kinds of containers in front of me, right? And Coca-Cola bottles, jugs, you name it. And this my desk with the drawers, big, deep desk. And so I got them all lined up against the window, so the sunlight's coming through them, and I'm looking at them, I'm thinking about it. And then I kind of go on the computer and I say, how many, soda bottles sold in Africa? And that is becoming an environmental problem. This is in the 1970s, 80s. Um, it's becoming a problem. It's that, there's all these plastic all over Africa, right? And so I go, okay, what's the most prolific? And they say, a 2 liter, this bottle, 2 liter bottle is the most prolific. The little ones not so much, because if these poor people are going to buy something, they're going to get their bang for their buck. 2 liter bottle, and there are 5 liter bottles, and anyway, I'm looking at this 2 liter bottle. Most ubiquitous plastic bottle that's everywhere and getting everyone's way and causing problems. 2 liter bottle, right? So I said, tell me all the different 2 liter soda bottles and other beverages too. What's in Africa? So there are about 50 different manufactured bottles and sizes and shapes and all that, and all the specs are. And then I ask, in the specs, it tells what kind of plastic it is, right? And I'm going, potable water, 2 liters. I don't know how far. Okay, I say, of all these plastic combinations that these bottles are made of, which one allows UF to go through? And all the clear soda bottles, which was more than half, let UV go through the bottle. Ultraviolet light. Ultraviolet light kills organisms, right? And if you take water and put it in a vessel, then it's really contained. So whatever ultraviolet light goes into that bottle, into that water, is a lot more UV than per square, milliliter of what's inside that bottle than what's on the outside, right? And so I go, this is so if there are all these clear soda bottles and it's a problem, instead of people throwing them on the ground, if they took them and just took water from any source and then stuck it in the sun long enough for that UV to hit it to kill the bugs that are going to get them sick, this might be a real solution. So that was a eureka thing. I kind of wrote it in a memo, sent it out to the different people like the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Mellon, there were a bunch, Stanford, that were we were part of this collective, and I kind of put it out, to everybody, and I was not the best computer guy, or did I spell it right? But once they got to know who I was and what I did, they said, well, that's just one of his idiosyncrasies. And so I sent this thing out. So who out there knows about these plastic bottles? Which one could we do this with? And what kind of protocol, what should we do? How should we, figure out something to test it and experiment and blah, blah, blah. And right away, bingo, Stanford came back, MIT came back, Carnegie Mellon, and they all said the same thing. Well, it's this bottle right here because the way it's shaped, it's almost like a lens. So it's actually enhancing the UV and the other light frequencies to go in the water. And by the way, this is a great idea. And there's a zillion of these things lying all over the floors of the ground in Africa. And this is the way we should do it. We should get, as many of these bottles, when this Stanford guy said, I've already emailed the manufacturer and they're going to send all of the, you and us and other people to play with, right? This idea. And so, everyone got, within a day, I got 200 of these liter bottles. They just kept coming and the delivery boy, what are you doing? The empty plastic box. Anyway, so basically what I did was took 90% of them and just walked up the street a ways to Rockefeller Institute And you guys need any more of these? I got 10. That's all I just need to look at them and think about them. I don't, you have the lab. I don't. I just have a little nook. So, oh yeah, sure, we can use these. And so we worked out the protocol. And what it was we take the bottle, empty bottle, and we would go find the dirtiest, crappiest water, mud puddle, whatever. And over at the UN, they had this great, right where the Rockefeller Institute was on the northern side. There's FDR Drive is right underneath, and the UN had manicured grass and gardens, and it's just beautiful. But that little place where it was over the FDR Drive, it was concrete, and it didn't. No matter where they put the dirt, it never quite could match. It would get washed away, and so there was always this mud puddle along this edge, and it didn't destroy anything. Just it was always, if it rained, it was a mud puddle. It would dry out. It'd be okay, right? So, it rained. I went out there with my 10 bottles. I filled it up full of gook, right? And put it there in front of the window and looked at it and watched it settle and looked at all that kind of stuff and made little notes about we should look for the cyst rate and the this and see which, in this crappy water, what's in there, what's susceptible to what do we do, right? So we went from that to the protocol was take that bottle. You had to have 3 bottles. Get that bottle. You fill it up with crappy water. You let the crap settle. Take a day, settle down to the bottom. Then you would have another bottle that you'd have a funnel with, stuff like, the stuff that would be a strainer for the gook. And then you would slowly pour the less, all the gook was down the bottom, and this is just cloudy, and you would pour it into the other bottle without getting any gook in it, right? And so then you'd stick that one in, and then you'd clean this one out of the gook and put more muddy water in there and put that up there and let the second one sit in the sunlight for a whole day. And then you do that again, put the funnel in the third one. And what is the straining kind of cloth? But you could use a T-shirt or whatever, right? That would strain up whatever gook. And then you put the even less cloudy water into the third bottle and stick that. So being exposed to ultraviolet light in that contained environment and getting the gook out with each straining. That third bottle, you'd leave it for 2 more days in the sunlight, and then you could drink it. Totally potable. It was like almost distilled water. It wasn't distilled, but it was very clean. So if you had 3 2-liter bottles, you can have drinking water. And if you had 100 of them, you could set up a assembly line. So, we wrote up the protocol. We gave it to UNICEF. UNICEF instrumented it out into the countries. And within 2 years, the infant mortality from diarrhea from drinking that water went down by 1 million. 2 years, right? Next year went even more. 4th year, and by this time I wasn't part of this anymore. But the 4th year, you know what they did? The manufacturers of those bottles put something into the plastic that would keep UV from going into the bottle. And so the death rate went back up. And they've never, so now all soda bottles, have something in it to keep the UV from going in it. So you can't do that. You can do it with glass bottles, but glass bottles break and they're not everywhere like they were in Africa with the plastic soda bottles. So anyway, that was the first thing that we hit it out of the park, and that's when everyone went. We got a lot of street cred, and then we did a couple other more internet or the energy guy, and he was connected to everything computer, so they were doing things that trying to get access to the internet out into the third world, and there was backup power for hospitals and. And I was that's why I really got into hydrogen, making hydrogen from water back in '69 when I was at Cooper Union. So I'd been fooling around with that a long time. And we did that. And, hydrogen is no more volatile than gasoline. And, really is. It's no more explosive. The gasoline, the liquid gasoline, doesn't burn at all. It has to be vaporized. Now, the vapor is quite explosive. So it's no more explosive than hydrogen. And it's for the same reason. They both have the same vapor quantum, right? So, it gets physics and chemistry in there pretty theoretical. But hydrogen and gasoline as volatile. So when people, we can't have hydrogen cars, they blow up. Well, and the main reason they blew up the Hindenburg was so people wouldn't, because it was fastly going into a hydrogen economy, and gasoline was it's the same reason. You know why they made marijuana illegal? It wasn't because black people were smoking and going crazy and going after white women. No, it was that the cannabis sativa, the hemp plant, is the most amazing plant that God gave us. It heals, it's food, it's fuel. You can turn hemp into alcohol. And the internal combustion was invented by this French guy who's a farmer. And for the first 30 years of the internal combustion engine, they did not use gasoline. They used alcohol. And because, he invented it. He invented that motor to run on alcohol so he could distill it on his farm from his plant material and drive instead of having a horse, drive a tractor, And the first automobile that was manufactured on the planet was an electric car, right? And the first car to go over 60 miles an hour was a steam car, not internal combustion engine. First car to go over 120 miles an hour, steam. And they were way more reliable and dependable than the internal combustion engine. And Stanley Steamer had a car that you could go from winter night to driving away in 2 minutes. And a lot of, in that time, the internal combustion engine wasn't as reliable. It was cantankerous, try to start it, And it took Mr. Rockefeller 30 years to figure out how to get the octane right so the internal combustion engine wouldn't blow up. So all of this stuff is the control of the media, and the control of, the consumer's mind. And it's what is given to the consumer, and the consumer blindly accepts anything. The cause of the end of this world isn't going to be, the second coming of Christ. It is going to be the addiction of the mud puppets to convenience and belief. That's what's going to. And it won't end the world. It won't even kill all the humans. It'll just throw them back into the Stone Age, because that's what happened with the Dark Ages. Because why did we have the Dark Ages? Because there was a thing called Tartarian, right? And there were different times of it. It didn't just, we had this great civilization, then it collapsed, like the Egyptians or the Romans or the Greeks. No, the Tartarian was this thing that kept popping up because the technology was so obvious. Like Tesla's in 1891 discovers ultimate free energy transmitted without wires anywhere in the world on ELF. And that's what nuclear submarines run on, ELF. They don't have nuclear reactors on board, because if they did, all you'd need to find them, like how the satellite could find your Sensei Bob. All they need to find nuclear submarines is a satellite with a good infrared detector, because it's pumping 1 million gallons of cold, North Pole water over that reactor core and then dumping it out into the cold, Arctic seas at like 1,200 degrees. Here I am over here, so don't believe anything, especially don't believe anything I say. This channel is just for your entertainment's sake. I'm here, okay, what else are we saying here? That's okay. Anthony. Hey, Anthony. I'm so excited to be here. I love you too, H. And John. Yeah. What about? And he's, I tell him, he's been up here 2.5 years all by himself and has done nothing except an occasional, here I am, I'm working out, getting healthy. I made, when I died and then I crawled back here, I made a path that went from behind the A-frame all the way up around the top and then down. And I would walk that circle 5 or 6 times a day if the weather was good. And I made it so it was, I could barely walk. I mean, at that time, I had my legs in metal clamps and I was walking with a walker. And I made that path with metal clamps and a walker. Now, I made it really good when I went to a rainbow gathering and I brought some rainbows back. And they liked doing foresty projects. And so I said, see this path? I want to make it so I can walk it without killing myself. And they did a very good job. And now that path is still there, but it's like covered in leaves and twigs and branches and fallen trees. And, he does not go up that. And there's 4 really, if you walk through it, it's like walking through, oil. It's like another dimension. And you walk through it and you go, whoa. And if you are really sensitive, you can stop. And this dimension, and this is why I had my mystery school here, because if you walk that path and walk through those dimensions, it wasn't like you saw ghosts or paranormal shit. You saw your true self. You couldn't lie to yourself. And that's why John doesn't go up there. And so, 5 a.m., but you got me hooked. What can I say? Well, thanks, Anthony. So you're over there on the other side. You're over in New Zealand, Australia. Where are you? 5 a.m.? It's over in that neck of the woods, right? It's definitely not Europe because it's probably morning in Europe. So where are you, Anthony? You're in Australia? You're Asia? Where are you? Yes. Anthony, I had the same, expression on my friends when Mr. Lemon Cookies said, he had my address. Right? And so that address ain't my address. That address is John Birmingham's address at the school. Right? So, any people want to come and visit Johnny Boy? Right now, and the one thing that makes it hard to visit John is our driveway is 2 miles long, and it's like a stream bed, right? York, England. I think it's 5 hours ahead. Yeah. Oh, right. Tim, I'm dyslexic. What can I say? And that's a pretty place. I got married in Woking. England is a very beautiful, a good portion of it, let's say. I love the whole idea of the commons and public lands, and that you can have private property, but there's this path that anyone can walk on. I really like that. You got to be respectful, but I really like it. And that, there are so many, like the stones. There's so many, there are a lot of pyramids in England, and not as many as in Ireland. But yeah, I love England. I lived in London. I lived right next to Paddington Station. I lived in that neck of the woods twice. Once in a common house, and once in this it was like the room was, I think, 15 feet by 8 feet. And the bed, that's when I just got married. I got married there, right? And it was this room there. The only thing you could fit in that room was a bed. There was a big king size bed, and there was an armoire at the end of the bed. And the doors of the armoire were cut, so it opened up over the bed. And the only thing you could do in that room was have sex. That was it, or sleep. That was it. So that's why, it was quite a nice, fun, and it had a window, but when that window was put there wasn't a building next to it. And then they put a building right next to it. So there was a space like that between the two buildings. So the only time you ever saw any sunlight is when it was high noon and the sunlight was coming straight down. North York Moors is much more beautiful and spacious. Yes, and they, when I was in Woking, it was kind of like that, not Moorish, but it was a lot of it was like open farmland. And then, within 15, 20 years, it became Europe's biggest suburbs. It turned all that beautiful land into ticky-tack houses. I live in Facebook. If you want to look at the map, okay, I will. I will take a look. Actually, what I'm going to do right now is take Mr. Google. Come on. In England, York County.
North Yorkshire, according to some information I found on Wikipedia.
Okay. Faceby, Faceby, in York County in England. Everyone says, did you mean Facebook? No. Faceby in York, England. The BBC urges people in York County to wear face masks. Unbelievable. United Kingdom, England, North. Oh, there it is. There's a map. Okay, there's a map. Okay, thank you very much. The first one was BBC says wear face masks. I mean, this is off the hook. But there you are. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I got you. I'll take it further. I just wanted to do that so it's on my phone and I can go back and look. But is it, are you talking about Facebook? And my Google products, what I think is happening is that I have not really joined Facebook or Twitter or any of that. And it's slowing, it's making things inconvenient, not because of Al Bob, but that I'm a bad consumer. I won't buy anything off the thing, so they can't look at my preferences. All they can see is my preferences are my intellectual preferences, And I look at everything. I don't believe in anything, so I look at everything. So I don't fall into any category. So I think I confound Google's algorithms. So, good grief. Wow. Anyway, I'm starting to get a little tired. It's been 4 hours I've been doing this. It's 12:30. So I love you. I'm going to do one in the morning. So I'll see you in the morning. And you guys, you're the best. I love you all. And remember, what we're working on is what we're going to do our best in 2022. And we're preparing ourselves. I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to meditate. And I've got, so Mr. Lemon Cookies there was able to find John's address. I'm going to connect to all of your consciousnesses and put the love of One Love's co-creation into your consciousness. Isn't it interesting how my hair is getting whiter and whiter? I actually have dark hair. This is what I'm going to look like in another 20 years. And see how I'm an African American that's melanin challenged. See how African I look. Wow. Anyway, so I love you all, and I'll see you in Dreamtime in 20 or 30 minutes. Okay. Everyone who's in Betty Bye already, I'll come and visit. And we are working these next 2 days to the New Year's. Saturday's New Year's Day. So we're working towards visualizing and manifesting through conscious intent I am and conscious awareness I am of our individual lives being better and better by our service, by doing in every day and every way, manifesting the growth in love's co-creation. And through that, this handful of cadre can facilitate the birth of this new age of quantum prosperity, right? Anyway, so there we go. Let's see what time is it. Ooh, 40:09. So when it hits 40:10:10, I will sign off here. Okay? That's a good synchronistic moment. Do, 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 do. I love you. I love you all. Oh. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. 5:10. And there's 5:10:10. See you later, gang. See you in the morning. I'll do another show in the morning and then another one at night.